Hello, 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 and welcome to another episode of Astro Live. This is episode number 14, and I'm joined for this one by my co-host, Hope. Hey, Hope, how's it going?
Hi, good. I know I say this in the beginning of like every stream, but I am so excited to go over the astrology of Maduro, and we have a lot of really cool things to show you guys and unravel. So yeah, I'm really excited. Hi, Zero Gold and breakfast time.
Oh, I didn't even see the chat. Yeah, hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I'm with Hope. I'm excited about what we've got to present. Since the events happened about a week ago on January 3rd, I've been down the rabbit hole, right? I've had a little bit more time to devote to astrology rabbit holes now that I'm taking a hiatus from readings. And so, this is the kind of thing, I'm devoting my time to instead of doing a reading is kind of going down the rabbit hole on Maduro. Now, you know, I just wanted to say something about this Maduro situation, like before we go into it, which is that, for a long time, the United States has worn this mask, right? Like ever since it was created, right? Like it represented itself to be this land of like freedom and equality and democracy and all of this. But really, it was just the same rapacious imperialistic impulse that had, kind of ruled the Western world since the Roman Empire. This impulse has mutated in various ways and had various different expressions. The English Empire was the empire before the American one. And, they say it's Pax Americana, but really it's, America is an empirical force. And now that America is going through its Pluto return, which is, Pluto is a planet concerned with power and unseen forces and corruption, power dynamics, things like that. America's in the full force of its Pluto return right now. And we're seeing the mask come off, right? We're seeing the mask slip, right? And we're seeing, we're not even doing pretexts anymore. We don't have Colin Powell going to the UN, right? We don't have any kind of like pretense of coalition building. They're not even bothering to come up with a psyop for us, right? Which is really the most insulting part of all of this is that they didn't even bother to try to do a psyop to get people on board and manufacture consent. They're just like, no, we're going to cowboy this shit and go in and shut the electricity down and fuck shit up. And it's at least the only silver lining I can see in this situation is that at least now it is undeniable what the United States and the military industrial complex is, and that they'll just come and take your shit if you cross them, right? And yeah, it's like world police, worldwide gang, right? And but I think that is coming unraveled here, and like we're going to touch on this in this presentation, which is the implications that this has for the American empire. So thank you for indulging my little monologue rant there. I just wanted to get that out. So let's start. And but first, to prove my point, right? To prove my point, I just want to show one thing, right? Here we go.
A tweet by the White House, by the way. We can't hear it, by the way, Alex, just letting you know. But
Oh, they can't hear it?
hopefully the viewers understand the implications of what we're showing.
Oh, yeah, they can't hear it. Dang. I'm
Well,
not sure. Well,
we can explain what it is, right?
yeah, so I'm sure you guys. So basically, in this video, what happens is this is a clip from August of 2025 where Maduro is basically saying, "All right, come and get me." All right. I'll be here in Miraflores, you know, if you want me, come capture me. And then Marco Rubio is saying a line from a Biggie Smalls song, Notorious B.I.G. song Juicy. He says, if you don't know, now you know. And then they show Maduro captured and Trump walking swagger, and they cut the clip so that, you know, the N word is playing while Trump is doing this swagger walk. And it's just like, you cannot, and then the White House as they're, you know, it's just, this is clown world, guys. This is clown world. This is what America really is. Like, you know, like when you are a kid, right, and you're going around and you go into the woods or like some kind of forested area, and you see a stone, rock, big rock, and you pull it up, and then there's all these like bugs
Yeah,
and like
worm.
worming around, wiggling around, right?
Yeah,
Like exposed to the sunlight and they start wriggling. So, you know, this is Donald Trump is basically lifting up the rock on America so that we can all see like what it really is. And someone says insane meme ops. I mean, I have to agree. The fact that like all these politicians are now embracing like meme warfare as a political strategy is, I mean, it's crazy. And
it's
Trump
our
is the master of
propaganda.
that. Trump did meme himself into the White House, you know?
It's modern day propaganda, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're adapting, right? So, you know, this is case in point. Like, in case you had any doubt, right, that, you know, there was going to be some kind of like legitimate pretense here. Like, we're doing away even with the pretense of justice or equality or anything like that. We're doing away even with the pretense of it. And this is a significant step because this is no longer America pretending, okay, we've got this moral authority. We support all of these values, right? Now it's just, okay, it's naked self-interest, right? And so you do not have that. We do not have the high ground anymore,
Mhm.
basically. Um, and that high ground was always a carefully constructed propaganda piece, right? But what I'm saying is that we don't even have the pretense of it. They're like saying, we don't even need that anymore. You guys are so stupid that, and you won't stop us, that we can just do what we want now,
Yeah.
basically. That's the message here. So with that, let's get started with the presentation. So unfortunately, Jupiter Jack could not join us. He was having a emergency situation that was he didn't realize it was going to happen. He may get that resolved and be able to call in later and give his thoughts and read your charts, but Jupiter Jack unfortunately cannot join us. If he misses today, we're planning on having him back for another stream.
Yeah, we're planning on having Jupiter back at the end of the month. So if you guys are looking forward to seeing him, sorry about that, but he will be back. And just looking at the chat, Lucas Sigardi 8764 says, "Cheers from Europe. You USA citizens are so lucky. We would like Trump over here, or at least we would like that he did to our governors what he did to Maduro."
Well, so you know, the thing is that this. I mean, I'm sorry. I know you like the show, and you know you're commenting, but I just have to totally disagree with this because what's going to happen with Trump is the things he's doing, the eroding the rule of law and the courts and all this. It's going to cause a backlash, and there's going to be a reactionary movement against Trump, and that is going to be used as an excuse to make the United States like a lot of the things that the EU citizens would complain about the overreach of the government. A lot of that stuff, I think that it's going to come here. Like it's like Trump is being used as like a cudgel, right? It's like it's the Trump creates this crisis, and that is always convenient for people that are looking to seize power, right? Anyone that already has power and is looking to seize more of it, they create crises, right? And Trump is a crisis. Trump is like so many crises walking together. And the things that are happening with the court system, the way the rule of law is being eroded, um, pretty soon, I mean, who knows what could happen? They could just, a lot of the laws that were supposed to be enforced by the federal government, they're just no longer enforcing them. They're no longer doing anything like that. And so I think Trump's a destabilizing force. And if you're afraid of like the New World Order and all of that, which like, yeah, that's real, but like that Trump is ushering that in, and he's doing it. He's the wrecking ball that comes through, and then the solution is, you know, what they offer. So I don't know. Just don't don't drink the Trump Kool-Aid just yet. I think um, you know, just wait and see what happens. Okay, so Hope, I've been yammering on. How should we start this um, presentation? I mean,
Well,
obviously, we start with the capture, right?
yes, yes, yes. So, just a quick overview. On January 3rd, which was just a few days ago, the US essentially raided Venezuela. They went in, bombed Venezuela, captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife. And the US says that now they're running Venezuela. So, this this is actually happening within the context of a bit of history here. There has always been tense relations between Venezuela and the US. The United States had imposed economic sanctions onto Venezuela during the George W. Bush administration. And I think that that context is important to just say from the front, because the technique that we're about to show you is going to really highlight how the context around the relationship shows up as a really big indicator as to why this happens and how it happened. Um, and we see here on we have a screenshot of the news article that broke out on the day of. And to the left, we have a composite chart between Trump and Maduro in the inner wheel. And then on the outside, we have the transit, the event on the outer wheel.
Yes, yes. So just to clarify what we're doing here, we've got Trump and Maduro with the composite chart. So this is a chart that you can do where you basically create one chart out of two people's charts by calculating the midpoints of each planet. So you look at like where this one person's sun is, where the other person's sun is, and find the point on the zodiac that's in the middle of those two. And that becomes the composite sun. So these charts are very accurate when it comes to transits and can show developments of relationships and stuff. And I like to use these composite charts in a lot of different ways. The outer wheel, yeah, is the full moon. Now, this is for the exact moment the raid happened, that the news at least reports the moment that the raid happened, 4:21 a.m. Eastern time. We see the moon is very close to being perfectly full. It's like an hour away from the full moon being exact. So what happens, what the technique that we're going to demonstrate is, what it requires you to do is it requires you, when you're looking at an event, you want to find the nearest quarter lunation. So it's either new moon, waxing quarter moon, full moon, waning quarter moon. You take the event and then you find the nearest one of those. Okay. So that's step one with this technique.
So
So
by the way, it's the 9-month lunar cycle that we're going to be using in our showcasing of events. And we're going to begin with January 3rd. And just to
yeah,
go back to that chart, as Uzuru Gold points out, the full moon is exactly on their composite ascendant.
yes, and North Node.
It's like a degree away, maybe. And their ascendant is conjunct Rahu. So the full moon is happening exactly on the ascendant of the composite chart. This is obviously a really, really big deal in the development of their relationship. And not only that, but that Venus Mars Cazimi is right on their descendant in K2 as well. So we're going to use this as our starting point of the 9-month lunar cycle technique that Alex has just outlined, and go back in time.
Yes, yes, yes. Um, the other thing I want to comment about before we do that is that there's been some dispute over Maduro's birth time and birthplace, and he gives a birth time of 5 p.m. and says that's from his mother. So that's the time I used, even though there's different times on other websites. And I don't know. I think that such a significant event happening, because in order for this ascendant to be here, we have to consider both Trump's ascendant and Maduro's ascendant. So the fact that this is full moons happening on the angles of the chart, I think means that Maduro's chart might actually be right, right? The one he said might actually be real.
Yeah.
So it's one piece of information in support of that supposition.
Yes.
It doesn't prove it, but yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to be following this Cancer moon, okay? Cancer
Yes.
moon at around 12 degrees, and that's how we're going to go back in time to showcase this 9-month lunar technique and show how the 9-month lunar cycle technique can actually be applied to like a variety of situations. You can apply this to see like major events that occur in a relationship you might have with someone, or major events that occur in your career. I, for one, have used it to be able to track like major turning points in my own career, and I know that Alex uses it as well in his own practice. And
Yes.
yeah, it's by an astrologer by the name of Dietrich Pessin. Did I say that correct?
I think so. It's a German woman, is my understanding.
Mhm.
And this is her book is called Lunar Shadows 3. You can get it on Amazon. It's a great book, and this technique is really strong, and we're going to demonstrate just how strong it is.
Yeah.
So,
And oh, by the way, just to go back, we are going to be showcasing so the following techniques that we're going to showcase, just so that everyone knows from the outset, is the composite chart, as Alex has just explained, the 9-month lunar cycle, eclipse transits, the Venus star point cycle, which is going to be really, really interesting. And if we have some time, we're going to go through progressions. And there are some other secret techniques that we've used that we can't talk about publicly, but for us to come to the conclusion that we did. But the most important ones really is the 9-month lunar cycle, the composite.
yeah. The 9-month lunar cycle is honestly, it's like goated. It's so good. It's so fire. Honestly, like this woman deserves to be up there with some of the great astrologers that I mentioned for coming up with this discovery. All of the shout out and kudos to her possible.
Yes.
So yeah, let's explain. I'm going to explain how this technique works. So the conceit of this technique is that every 9 months there is a different quarter lunar cycle around the same degree of the zodiac. So if there is, like we used in this other example, a full moon here at the middle degrees of Cancer, 13 degrees of Cancer, then 9 months before that, there would have been a waxing quarter moon at the same degree. And then 9 months before that, there will be a new moon at the same degree, right? So let's go back in time, and we see 9 months before was April 4th, 2025. And we see the moon is here in Cancer, and the sun is in Aries. So it's a waxing quarter moon, right? So we would expect, if this technique works, we would expect that the events that occurred on January 3rd, 2026, there would be buildup to them on this day, right? And so, Hope, do you want to tell everyone what was going on around April 4th, 2025?
Yes. And by the way, you zero gold. Yes, it is a whole baby. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you're right.
Yes. Yeah. I've been calling it the lunar gestational cycle because of the 9-month thing. It's just, yeah.
Okay, so talking about the events of April 4th, 2025, 9 months prior to the kidnapping and the raid of Venezuela, Maduro declares a state of economic emergency. This was following essentially the US increasing their tariffs on Venezuela to 15%. And on top of that, adding a 25% sanction on any other country that purchased Venezuela's crude oil and gas. So, yeah, we could see this as a build-up event, right? Like a foreshadowing of the raid that did end up occurring. It really is an echo and a echo of U.S. overwhelming Venezuela by imposing its power upon it.
Yes, yes, exactly right. Someone says, was the fact that the kidnapping happened during a full moon night an indication that the operation was agreed on by both sides? No attacker looking for secrecy would choose a full moon night. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Yeah, there is I think there's some sus details with this whole thing, then we're going to go down that rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Now, another thing that was going on is that Trump was making, very aggressive statements as well at this time. So, we see, these sanctions are like soft power, right? So this is something that you can do short of physical violence to exert power is things like sanctions. And then you also have like saber rattling where you just make threats basically. And Trump was doing both around this time. He was imposing sanctions and saber rattling, making these Trumpian statements of, well, maybe we'd like to see regime change in Venezuela, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
because that was like a really big pretense for the sanctions and the tariffs is that Trump was essentially like trying to like publicly put pressure on Maduro and his regime to essentially achieve a democratic and prosperous Venezuela, which is really, really, really American of us to try to essentially like before like taking over a country being like, hey, we just want you to be democratic, we just want you to be fair. And that's what Trump says. Trump says that what he wants is for Venezuela to be democratic and that they would no longer pose any security threat to them or any economic threat to them if only they were to be democratic and fair. So
Yeah, yeah. And
yeah.
we know this is a lie.
Mhm.
This is a blatant lie. The United States doesn't care what system of government you have as long as you open up your country for resource pillaging, right? And let them rob the resources that belong to your native people and sell out your countrymen. That's all the United States cares about. Moving forward, so if we
Moving
go
back.
back yeah, backwards,
Mhm.
actually. Yeah, good catch. So 9 months before this date, we would expect a new moon in Cancer, right? So we go back 9 months, and here it is. We have on the transit chart on the outside, the new moon in Cancer at like approximately the same degree. It's all been 13, 15 degrees,
Mhm.
13, 14, 15 degrees. Now, as you go back in time, these numbers do shift. And so if you go back years and years and years, you'll see that these lunar cycles do move backwards a few degrees, right? And eventually they'll start happening in other signs if you go back far enough. And so the technique there does seem to be some sign drift with the pattern, right? So that's something that's not totally sorted out yet. Now, another thing to keep in mind is what we've got here on the screen. The inner wheel of the chart is the composite between Biden and Maduro. So, because at this time in July 2024, Biden was the president, I decided to go with the composite between Biden and Maduro. And here we see that the composite Uranus is here at 18 degrees. I wish you guys could see my cursor, but I don't think you can. At 18 degrees Cancer, we see that the new moon is conjunct the composite Uranus. And this was very unexpected, right?
Yes.
These announcements of peace talks, because we have this announcement that the United States is going to restart peace talks. They're going to see if the elections can be made more fair, right? And this is something that people were not expecting because the United States and Venezuela have been at our odds for decades, right? And you know, is there anything you want to add about the events?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
So essentially, the United States had submitted a proposal to Venezuela saying, hey, like, why don't we restart our negotiations on the economic sanctions that we've put on you in exchange, like make your electoral process fair. So 9 months prior to Venezuela announcing its economic emergency, so that's during the waxing lunar phase, right? So on the new moon, there was a virtual meeting that took place between the Venezuelan officials and the US officials to, again, have this negotiation. And it was all under, they were essentially following the outline of what is called the Barbados Agreement, which we're going to come back to really soon. And they had this like conversation, but nothing really came out of it. There was no immediate agreements on any economic sanctions being lifted, and Venezuela had no specific electoral concessions that they had announced following this conversation. So they had this like unexpected renegotiation of terms, but nothing actually really came out of it. But this was a really big deal at the time.
yes, yes, it was, and it was, made headlines, and we know that the Venezuelan elections did not turn out. I don't think they really followed this protocol. But the thing is, this Barbados protocol that is Venezuela signing on to this is what prompted the United States to re-engage diplomatically with them. When was that created? Well, it
Nine
was
months before, like almost exactly, literally 9 months before this negotiation, they fucking signed this Barbados agreement. So it wasn't the United States signing this with Venezuela, but it was Maduro's administration signing the Barbados agreement with their opposition coalition in Venezuela. So the Barbados deal was essentially an agreement for the 2024 elections to be fair. They were trying to
yeah.
establish a fair process so that um, uh, other
It would
candidates.
be hard to rig for Maduro, right?
Exactly. So
That's
it wasn't rigged for Maduro to win. Yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
So if we take this technique and now go forwards in time, we see okay, there's the waning quarter moon in Cancer, right? And Venezuela is signing a deal where they're agreeing to implement reforms so that their elections can be fair, right? 9 months later, the United States decides to take them seriously and be like, okay, well, if you're going to make your elections more fair, I guess we can talk to you,
Mhm.
right? Then the 2024 elections happen, and there's all kinds of rigging, all kinds of corruption with that, right? And that's in the in between time. And then so 9 months after the meeting, we get the sanctions being imposed, right? It's
Mhm.
like, all right, well,
Well, the tariffs.
yeah, the tariffs. And then we're also sanctioning other countries and being like, anyone that buys Venezuelan oil, we're going to attempt to impose penalties on, right? And then 9 months after that, Maduro is captured by Trump. So and all of these line up to quarter lunations on in the middle of Cancer,
Yeah.
right?
It's
So
astounding.
yeah, it's pretty crazy, guys, right? Like, is anyone in the chat here is like anyone having a mind blown moment?
We did. We were freaking out and screaming when we found this out. um, okay, so maybe we can go back to
Yeah, let's go back to all right. So this is what happened, right? This was the chart.
this is the
Now,
start for the raid. Yeah, the kidnapping.
yeah, now if we want to know what's going to happen, right, we can look 9 months ahead, right? But first, we want to examine the intervening time between them to see if there's, any kind of activity that's going to activate the composite chart between Maduro and Trump,
Yes.
right? So the upcoming lunar eclipse is here on March 3rd, right?
Mhm.
So what's the first thing to, oh, what you wanted to do explain this one. Go
Sure,
ahead.
sure. So, so there is a lunar eclipse that is occurring on March 3rd at 12 to 13 degrees of Virgo. Where is their composite sun? At 12 degrees of Virgo. This lunar eclipse is going to be big. So, like eclipses, we all know that eclipses are major turning points in everyone's lives and on the international global front as well. And their lunar eclipses are tend to be more outward manifestation, like things actually happening, whereas a solar eclipse is much more internal. And there is a lunar eclipse happening at 12 degrees of Virgo. And so we can take this to be that this is going to be some sort of major event that happens in these events that are occurring right now. And what else do we see? What else do we see in this transit chart? So Maduro and Trump's composite moon is at 22 degrees of Scorpio, and it's going to be transiting Pisces Mercury and Pisces Venus. So a really big part of this lunar eclipse that's going to occur is that it's going to involve a retrograde Mercury and Venus. Those two planets are quite close to the sun. So is Mars, and we're going to get to Mars in a second. But Venus and Mercury are going to play a large role. Generally, when Venus and Mercury are involved with each other, it could indicate like an agreement, a negotiation, trying to come to terms. And the composite moon, so Trump and Maduro's composite moon is in a trine, the most harmonious aspect that exists with Venus and Mercury. And
Yes.
the other thing to note here is that Venus is at phases. So Venus is about 15 degrees away from the sun, which means that Venus is shining really bright in the sky. And the ancient astrologers took the phases condition of a planet to mean that that planet is really strong. And not only is Venus at phases, but it's also in Pisces, which means that Venus is exalted. So this seems to support peace talks and negotiations. However, Mars, if you look here, is at 1 degree of Pisces. So it just switched signs from Aquarius into Pisces. And when a planet is switching signs, it's in Jyotish, it's considered to be a Sandhi condition, which makes a planet more unstable, more disorderly. And with Mars being in the Sandhi condition, I think that whatever agreement is achieved will still be on shaky ground, especially because this is going to be following a Mars Uranus square that's going to aspect both Maduro and Trump's composite Mars here.
And composite Pluto as well.
And composite Pluto,
Activate their
yeah.
composite Pluto. So, um, yeah, to add on to what Hope was saying about the negotiations being like shaky, the thing is, Mercury stationed retrograde a couple of days before this at like 21 or 22 degrees Pisces, and then as station retrograde is going back and is now invisible, it's under the beams of the sun. When it stations direct, Mercury stations direct a few weeks later, it's going to be conjunct Mars. And Mercury and Mars is, they say it's lying and cheating and all kinds of bad things. And so I think that there could be like a backroom deal here that was said, like it's presented as one thing, but it's really something else. And we're going to get to that. Someone asked, what about the Vice President Rodriguez? We are getting to her very soon because we're going to get into the conspiracy kind of theories with this very soon. Now, another
Also,
thing.
just to add on to that, that Mercury Mars conjunction could also signify a breaking of agreements, right? Whatever agreement is met, it will be broken. So that's another possibility as well.
Yes, but it can also be like like it can signify that like the arrangement is of a bad nature, right? Like, so if there is an agreement made, it's going to be nefarious in some way, right? Or dishonest in some way,
Yeah.
and not what it appears to be
Well, Mercury
presented as
is
something else.
combust, right? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
hidden.
So here's the conspiracy theory slide, everyone. All right. So what do we have? So now, at the time, so at on January 3rd at 12:43 p.m. Eastern Time, this is just over 8 hours after the attack on Venezuela, the vice president was already in Russia. Uh, yeah, and Fox News reports this 8 hours after. Now, this Delcy Rodriguez, she's been involved in her own corruption scandals, right? And, if there's anything that the United States loves, if you're a socialist, the United States loves it if you're a corrupt one, right? Because then they can work with you. So, now Trump's making all these demands to expel Delcy Rodriguez and for Delcy Rodriguez to basically open up the oil for Western interests. Now here's the conspiracy theory. So basically, the idea is that the unipolar world of the United States empire is coming to an end, right? The two other major powers are China and Russia. And China and Russia are both ruled by authoritarians, and Trump is a wannabe authoritarian. And so the idea is that maybe that we'll just carve up the world and just split it up, right? And we can each have our own little fiefdoms, right? So agreement, I think that there was an agreement reached before they even went in to take Maduro. I think there was some kind of arrangement made
Back to
with Russia, right? Because Russia and China is supposed to protect Maduro, so they don't want to lose face, right? I don't think Maduro's going to die. I don't think Trump's going to do anything bad to him. I think he's going to be transferred over to Russia or something like this. Now, this is something that at the time that it was being reported about Trump being controlled by the Russians, Russian asset, all of this. I was skeptical of it, if for no other reason that the biggest outlet pushing the story was like CNN. But it does turn out like the liberals were right all along. Trump is a Russian asset, basically. Trump has he's done some backroom deal, I think, with Putin in order so they can both expand their interests where they want. I think, and then we have President Xi from China just clowning on Trump and all of this. I think that this is all at play so that these three powers can kind of, carve up the world. It's like when in the 19th century, when Europe decided, okay, let's carve up Africa and we can each have a bit of it, right? Except it's different because it's not just Europe and Africa, it's the whole world, right? And like they're kind of splitting the world into these sectors, right? In the United States, we're gonna have our little fiefdom here with Greenland and Venezuela. Those will be our acquisitions. China will have their own acquisitions that they want. Everyone knows the territory that all these countries want. Russia wants to go into Ukraine. China wants Hong Kong, Taiwan, Nepal, all of this stuff. So, it's that's what I think is going on here personally. That's my speculation. Now, I say predictions here. This is predictions in quotes. These are possible themes that I expect to come up. Now, when do I think all of this stuff is going to happen? I'm not saying all this is going to happen on that lunar eclipse, right? I think it may take some more time to develop. And I think that we need to look in the future to see when these themes could come up, right? And so, what's the time period in the immediate future that is the most likely for Maduro to be involved in some kind of geopolitical intrigue, right? Like, that's the question we need to answer now, right? It's like, so if we think that there is some kind of conspiracy, some kind of deal done with Maduro, when is that transaction going to take place? That's the big question. Sorry, I know I kind of talked through that whole slide, but is there anything you wanted to add, Hope?
No, I'm excited to get into the next part because it is pretty crazy.
Yeah. So,
all right. Yeah. So the raid happened on January 3rd, 2026. So let's apply the lunar this lunar gestational cycle. Okay. What's 9 months after January 3rd, 2026? Get the next slide. October 3rd, 2026, when the Venus retrograde in Scorpio begins. Why is that so crazy?
Well, it's so crazy because Maduro has a Venus retrograde in Scorpio in his natal chart.
Ding, 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 ding.
We skipped this part about Maduro's natal chart, but we didn't read his natal chart. We went right to the composite. We were going to comment on Maduro's chart. Maybe we can do that later. But yeah, so it just so happens that the Venus retrograde, which is a transit he has in his natal chart, Venus retrograde in Scorpio, that happens 9 months away from the January 3rd, 2026 date. Now, before we go forward, I want to respond to a couple people in the chat. It says, Putin and Trump are certainly collaborating, but it's not like Trump is a Russian asset. He represents a strong current in the USA productive classes. I think that Trump is a pawn of the kind of like old school aerospace industrial, like the intelligence agencies, right? Like the same people that did Project Paperclip and all that and killed Kennedy, right? These are the same people supporting Trump now, right? So if we're going into deep like conspiracy realms, that's what I think, right? Trump represents that faction in America, right? And that's opposed to like big tech. And Wall Street used to be aligned with the aerospace and the intelligence agencies, but now they're getting more aligned with big tech. That's been the big shift over the last 20 years. What else? Who says, talking about whether Trump's a Russian asset or pawn. I mean, I think that Trump is so deferential to Russia, and I've seen it over and over and over for years now. I don't think there's any denying it at this point that they have Trump over a barrel on something. They've got some kind of dirt on him. He's way too obsequious. Trump drives a hard bargain and pushes people and gets the most he can out of people. Everyone else except Russia, right? He drives a hard bargain with, and with Russia, he just bends over, right? So, I don't know. I was reluctant to accept this conclusion, but it does sadly appear to be the case. Okay. Let's go back to the 9 months. So the thing is that because this next activation of this 9-month cycle pattern we're showing happens right when there's a Venus retrograde, that's important because Maduro has Venus retrograde in his chart natally.
So it's a recurrence transit for him.
Yeah, it's a recurrence transit. Oh, Jupiter Jack has joined.
Oh, hi. Hi, dude.
Hello.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Are you in your car?
I am literally in my car, yes.
Oh,
of course.
It's so good to see you.
You as well. Look, I thought I wasn't going to be popping in at all tonight. I finally got the damn deadbolt fixed. Thank the Lord.
Oh, good.
Nice. Nice. Yes.
Jupes, do you have anything to say about Maduro's kidnapping or the Venezuela-U.S. relations?
Right now, I don't even know what to say about this whole situation at all. Just this second, like this caught me completely off guard. 1 minute you're minding your fucking business, and you're enjoying your cup of coffee, and then you find out people are kidnapping presidents. It's like, it's like no. I'm like, no one's coming to stop this. Like, what's going on?
No.
I know. It's crazy.
Bananas. Like, look, I try to peek at like a composite chart of this, right? And I 1 second, sorry. I just want to know why when anything crazy goes on, it's always some cancer shit happening. It's
Yeah,
really bad enough
Cancer.
go on,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You know, I
Cancer's
gotta
like the
laugh
most
'cause, you know,
unhinged sign. It's the most unhinged sign, man. Like Cancer is like they go psycho, right? I think so.
complete.
Cancer moons.
Oh, let's not get started on cancer moons, okay? Please. Look,
All right, let's keep our mouths zipped. For now, until the live chart reading, right? When the live
Yeah,
chart reading
yeah.
happens, yeah, it's no bars, no guardrails for the callers.
no,
Right.
literally. Some are probably hating me saying that shit all loud, anyways.
Well, so we were right in the
But
middle of the presentation, so we're going to jump back into that, and then we will. We're almost done, and so then we can chat with you a little bit while we wait for some callers to join. Does that sound good?
that works for me.
All
All
right,
right, cool.
see you soon.
See you.
All right, so do you want me to? I can just. I'll mute. Yeah, he muted himself. All right, cool.
Okay, cool.
All right, so here's the thing about this Venus retrograde, right? So we went
Also,
back.
hold on. Alana, don't dip. We're just kidding. Just kidding. Love for the cancers. We just when Jupes is here, I can't help myself from talking shit. So it's just
Also, I should make it clear. I love psychos, especially if they're women, right? Like psycho women. I don't know. I have a soft spot for them. So I'm not meaning it as an insult. I'm
also
Scorpio,
he's
right?
with me, so I'm a psycho. I'm a psycho too. Also, many of my best friends have their moon in Cancer. So just I like to talk shit just for fun.
Oh yeah, full moon. Yeah, that's awesome. I think full Cancer moon energy. I liked the last Cancer full. I like the Cancer full moons. I love the full moon chart. Anyway, let's
Yeah.
get back to this so we can
Sure.
have more. We can get to the fun part.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is, this Venus retrograde is happening now. Venus, there's a thing called the Venus star point, right? So the Venus star point, every 8 years, there will be a Venus retrograde in approximately the same part of the zodiac. So just like we were using these quarter moon phases that occur at the same part of the zodiac, we can also track the Venus retrogrades and how they occur in different sectors of the zodiac. And so the last time that Venus was retrograde in Scorpio was in the fall of 2018, right? And what was going on around there? Hope, tell us.
Yeah. Okay. So during the last Venus retrograde in Scorpio, which was between October to November, and I'm excluding the pre shadow and the post shadow here. Okay. So October 8th, 2018, 3 days after Venus stations retrograde, Fernando Alban dies after falling from the 10th floor of the intelligence agency headquarters in Caracas, Venezuela. Who is Fernando Alban? Fernando Alban is a critic of Maduro and a councilman in the opposition side. So the Venezuelan government under Maduro claims that this is a suicide, but everyone else obviously knew it was a murder. There were protests on the streets. It was a really big deal. And like a little less than a week later, Maduro accuses Trump of plotting to assassinate him. So there's themes of assassinations happening here in the Venus retrograde of Scorpio.
Yes.
About a
Political
month,
intrigue, all kinds of
yes,
crazy drama.
political intrigue, political drama, and a little less than a month later, Trump signs an executive order that prohibits U.S. people from buying Venezuelan gold or involving themselves in any sort of transactions that has to do with Venezuelan gold. And this is obviously, with the incentive of depriving Maduro's government of their revenue. And then in November 26th, this is like the most, like, this is the craziest part. So November 26th, 2018, in the post-shadow period, Maduro appears at the closing ceremony of this international tourism fair that was happening in Caracas in Venezuela. He goes in and he's promoting the potential that Venezuela has in their tourism. And on the very same day, the UN announces the release of $9.2 million in an emergency emergency aid in Venezuela. So themes of political intrigue, themes of deception, themes of, you know, this, it's all echoing everything that's been happening, right, in the 9 month gestational cycles that we've seen, but all jam packed in these 2 months.
Yes. So another thing to note is that so I think that we'll see a hit around the lunar eclipse. I think that will be eventful for this story. The next period of eventfulness that I think will happen could be at the 4.5 month mark. So with this 9 month cycle, you can also look at the midpoint between the two dates that you get, right? And so that for this, the midpoint would be in the summertime, right? In end of June, beginning of July, right? So those are like the points to watch. Now, there's also the eclipse in August. So this could be an ongoing story. There's like multiple points where things are hitting. But if I was a betting man and I was putting my money on when the craziest events would happen and when the most decisive events would happen, I would say that the Venus retrograde in the fall is the time period to watch because, just looking at what happened last time, those themes circle back again. And if we go back to the Venus retrograde, the 8 years before this in 2010, at that time, Maduro was in the foreign affairs office in Venezuela and was involved in doing a lot of like political negotiations and maneuvering then. There's not a lot of information available on his activities then, but we can assume he was also involved heavily in negotiations around that time because in 2012, Venezuela, or 2010, Venezuela was trying to revamp their foreign relations and extend and make friends, right? So he was involved in that. So these Venus retrograde periods seem to be him making deals, making agreements with people, right? And also engaging in illegal and dangerous activity, right? So that fits his whole situation now. So I think that might get some updates in March and in the summertime, but really I think this is the time period to watch. What do you think, Hope?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And I think that if you were to extrapolate what happened during the last Venus retrograde in Scorpio to the Venus retrograde in Scorpio that's going to happen this fall, 2026, there could be another assassination attempt that occurs on Maduro or on Delcy Rodriguez or anyone in their administration. We could see Maduro attempting to undermine Delcy Rodriguez through loyalists to him, right, that are still holding positions in the government. We could see a stronger push from the US to take over Venezuelan oil and gas because that's what we saw in 2018 was Trump essentially trying to put a stronghold on Venezuela's economy. So I think that we're going to see, again, like you said, decisive events over essentially trying to what is that? Strong man?
Strong arm.
Strong
Strong
arm.
arm. You're thinking of strong arm.
Yes, yeah. Strong arm Venezuela's economy, making very nefarious actions towards Maduro or Delcy Rodriguez, and trying to make it seem like everything's okay, right? Because Maduro essentially went on the international stage trying to promote Venezuela, but on the very same day, the UN released $9 million in foreign aid to Venezuela. So we can see, I think we'll be able to see a recurrence of those themes coming up in the fall.
Yeah, I agree with that. What else? Oh yeah, this is just Maduro's natal chart. Now with what else do we have here? All right, so basically, another thing to mention here is that I went and looked at Maduro's chart for next year, 2027, and I saw a bunch of Jupiter activations. Jupiter is getting activated on basically every level for Maduro next year in 2027 on his secondary progress chart, tertiary progress chart, Mahadashas. Like all the timing techniques are pointing to Jupiter being very prominent for him next year. And we know, Jupiter. So because it's Jupiter, Jupiter is sometimes associated with people passing on and dying. Jupiter can also be other types of good fortune. So I think things are going to be either really awesome or completely terrible for Maduro. And the time period to watch for him is June and July 2027. That pocket of time could be critical for Maduro. And if he is assassinated, I don't think it's going to be by the United States. Maybe the Israelis, maybe somebody else. I don't know. Maybe his own people. Who knows who it could be? But yeah, so that's my speculation. That's my tentative speculation. You can call it prediction if you want, but this is the where I see this story playing out. Yeah. Is there anything that you wanted to say about this, Hope? Otherwise, I'm gonna turn on. Go ahead.
Oh no, I don't have anything more to say about this. Just that I agree with you. I think that 2027 is really the year in which Maduro could get assassinated or essentially run free, and be able to escape from all of these attacks that he is receiving right now. Again, we saw his progression charts. We've seen his Mahadasha. He goes into a bad Tara, I think, at the end of 2026. And in 2027, there is, a lot of Jupiter activations for him. And Jupiter, as we've seen in our own personal lives, does seem to signify death. And it makes sense, right? It's like Daddy Jupiter is coming here to take you back home,
Yeah,
essentially.
well, speaking of Daddy Jupiter, let's hear from Jupiter Jack, because Daddy Jupiter is on the line.
What's up, Daddy Jupiter?
You know what? We gotta tag that. I gotta hear that more often. But nothing much.
All right. Anyway, well, no, you're all good, man. So yeah, well, we wanted you to join us. We're glad you could. We're going to take some callers charts. Hey, anyone that I sent the link to, if you're still watching and you want to join, now is the time. We didn't ever go over Maduro's natal chart, so
Alex,
I thought maybe what?
can we turn off the slideshow now?
Oh yeah, sorry, duh. So if anyone, well, I was gonna say that we could do some reads of Maduro's natal chart if we wanted, while we're waiting on people to
We could do
join.
that in the meantime, unless we have callers.
Yeah, I don't think we've got any callers yet, but anyone I sent the link to, please join, and I'm gonna post the link in a few minutes. But
So
yeah,
in the chat or anyone that's watching right now, you guys want us to read your chart, do a cold read of your chart, just call in and we'll take a look. But yeah, in the meantime, we can start looking at Maduro's natal chart.
yeah, or if we just want to chat with Jude for a second. I mean, we have really kind of not explained much. So our guest this evening is Jupiter Jack.
Yes.
He's an astrologer. He's a great guy. He hosts spaces on Twitter a lot, and he's got a great community of people. I've joined the spaces. Sometimes it's always with a lot of fun. People talking about astrology, reading each other's charts. It's great for the community. I love the spaces that you do, man, and it's fun. How have you been? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that, Alex, can you share the link to join in the chat because people are asking to call in.
Yeah, I'll share it.
I should probably park too. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm just riding through the hood, looking crazy. Literally, I was like, I'm gonna try to work while y'all talking ASTRO things about Maduro, but it was pretty slow. So I'm like, let me get up out of here. But yeah, let me see if I can share it too. I didn't get to share it in the chat yet. Oops. But while we're doing that, to answer your question, Alex, I've been good. Really just getting this new year started off, trying to stick to my resolutions I got for myself. Getting ready to turn 32, not this Sunday, but next Sunday. So trying to figure out how I'm gonna commemorate.
Well, happy birthday. Happy early birthday, man.
Happy early birthday, Jupes. I have my own Jupiter Jack story. Sorry, Jupes, were you gonna say something?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's telling me something about the connection. That's why I was like, oh shit. But what were you gonna say?
Your connection is a little fuzzy,
but we can hear you.
Okay, we'll make that work. I'm gonna get that fixed.
Okay.
Cool. I think I lost Alex though, unless he cut out himself.
Yeah, he's been coming in and out. But it's okay, you got me.
Oh, Lord. That works for me. How you all been, Hope?
I've been good.
Of course, I feel like I never said nothing.
Oh my God, yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Jack. Happy New Year to everyone that's listening to the stream. I have been good. I didn't know that the year of the horse starts in February, when the lunar calendar, restarts. So I have been like, okay, it's a year of the fire horse. Like, let's get shit done.
I know, right?
Yeah, so I'm like pumped to get shit done this year. The year of the snake. I really do feel like it was so much shedding, just like working through your like shadow, working through shit that you didn't even know existed in your unconscious. And I'm over it. I'm done. I'm done processing. I'm like ready to just get going,
No facts, same. Honestly, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I feel like I'm doing more just recognition, because that's really like half the battle. Like things that I didn't think I still had to work on, things I swore I would tell you up and down, oh, I'm a much better person here in this department. Now I'm like, you know what? No, we still young. That's kind of how it was. That's how it was for me with the snake year.
Same.
But Fire Horse feels like it's coming in pretty hot. Already like a lot of just like small wins on my end. Like now I'm trying to make another move myself. I'm trying to move again.
Yeah.
To my own little joint. So we're gonna see how that goes. Let me not talk about. I'm sorry. Let me not be a Leo. Sorry, I gotta stop that shit.
No, you're good. You're good. By the way, for everyone in the chat, both Jupes and I are Leo risings. So if we start, just being Leo, just know that we're both Leo risings. Jupes has his ascendant conjunct Regulus, by the way, and mine's conjunct Mars. So we're both very loud Leos. Also, Alex here is a Leo moon as well, on the MC. Thank you, Pony Soprano. We love you too. My Leo ascendant is at 11 degrees. It's almost in a very, very close trine with Venus in Aries. And we all actually have Aries placements here too. Alex has Venus in Aries. Jupes has Moon in Aries.
Yeah. Just a big fire sign party.
Yeah.
And I think we have some callers that have joined.
Okay, cool.
If we want to say hi to them.
Before we
go
go
ahead.
caller, I just want to do my own like Jupes introduction. So yeah. So when I first joined Twitter back at Astro Twitter in December of 2022, and this was like kind of when I first began to rediscover my love for astrology, and I decided like, hey, I really want to like really get into astrology, see what's out there. And one of the first things that I saw on Astro Twitter was a space that Jupes was hosting. And I remember joining the space, and it was so like mind-blowing to me because it just felt like real people just talking about astrology. There was like no pretension. And it was so much fun and so engaging. And it really like set the tone for me for like what Astro Twitter was and what a modern day astrology community or an occult community could look like. And it just made astrology really fun for me. And Jupes has always been like super kind and really funny and engaging. And so I think he's just like an awesome person in the community. And I'm so glad he's here.
Yeah, I agree, and I will also just add to that that Jupe was also reached out to me early on when I joined Astro Twitter and I was doing the quizzes, which you guys may know me for. It's like, tell the difference between these two charts. One chart is an actor, the other chart is a murderer. Can you tell the difference? Jupiter liked them and invited me to come on his spaces so we could talk about the results of the quizzes and stuff like that. And so, yeah, he just is kind of inclusive, friendly guy, makes people feel welcome. And, you know, you have this way of like giving people shit, but in like a friendly way where they can't get mad or else they look like they're a bitch, you know? And I love that. Like, it's so awesome. Yeah.
I appreciate y'all gonna make my Capricorn ass cry in a minute.
All right. Enough dick riding, Jupiter.
You're good. I appreciate y'all.
Let's get a caller. Okay, so enter your name in the chat if you were one of the people I agreed to could come on first, right? Just comment in the private chat if you were one of those people. Okay.
Okay, so we have a few people in here.
Yeah, just tell me if you.
So why don't we start with
Okay,
Lucas?
Pony Soprano was from Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like the name too. So you got an amusing name.
Okay.
Oh shit! Did they just drop out?
Oh no.
No.
It looked like they popped in, popped out. Oh, there they go.
All right, Pony Soprano. Hey.
Hi, Pony.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Oh, perfect. Hi, how are you guys?
Doing good. How are you?
Thanks for joining.
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Thanks for having me.
I like the name.
Thank you. Thank you. It has a good
Yeah,
inspiration.
how did you come up with that name, Pony Soprano?
So I was at a bar with an ex one time, and they had up at the bar like some like those horse races that you could bet up on the side. And we were talking about like what would we like have as a horse name if we could have one. And we'd just been like watching The Sopranos. And I just drunkenly go, Pony Soprano.
That's cute.
So I don't know. I just always loved it.
You gotta love it. Now you can't get rid of it either.
But, you know, like I said earlier, love Leo Rising's, best friends Leo Rising, ex Leo Rising, love you Leo Rising. So
thank you. We love you too, Pony.
All right. So I have fired up the program, the Solar Fire program. Pony, I'm gonna call you Pony, or should I call you Miss Soprano?
I like Pony.
All right, Pony. What's your birthday?
August 21st, 1997.
Okay, what time?
3:37 p.m.
And where?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Nice.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
By the way, we're gonna use an equal MC charts. Just letting
we can do whole sign if he wants it. I can do the thing in my head. I can project the house cusp in my head for whole sign. Although you can do that easily enough for the whole sign. Okay. Let's do it this way. All right. Let me turn off all these aspects. This shit is annoying.
This is when you start getting aspects of Pluto, Chiron. It's like, damn, okay, we get it.
All right, yeah, no aspects. Yeah, that's much cleaner. Okay. Does this look like your chart?
Let me see. sorry, I'm trying to pull it up so it's a little bit bigger.
Sagittarius rising,
Oh, yep.
Aries moon.
Oh, actually, the ascendant degree is wrong.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I would be a 26 rising.
Oh, really? At 3:37
Oh, I'm
p.m.
437. My bad. That's
Oh,
on me.
okay.
Oh, that makes
Okay.
sense. Okay. Yeah.
The chart's unique
Okay.
too because it ascended all the way in the 12th house.
Well, yeah. Well, this is because my system is screwy. Let me just display it in whole sign, make it easier for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm on this weird shit.
By the way, he's using
especially-
solar fire. Use your gold if you're asking.
Okay, here we go. This is whole sign.
Yeah, especially too because like my first seventh axis is just so big that it makes it just I think like wonky to look at it and not
Yeah.
understand sometimes.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that a
Yeah.
12th house Mars, Essie?
Oh yeah, and Scorpio too.
Oof, God bless your heart, child.
I
Big
know.
hug. Big
I've
hug,
lived
big
a
audio
million
hug,
lives.
okay? Hey, I mean, shoot, being a Sag rising, though, you enjoy every single one of them, I'm sure.
Whether it's maybe like later, yeah. Sometimes it's not until after it.
By the end of the
Okay.
Mars retrograde, you're like, okay, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, it's kind of like a really like scary roller coaster. You're like, why did I do this? And you get off and you're like, you want to do it again?
That was such a Sag ass way to say that. It's like, it gets me.
That was.
That's why I love
An
it.
amazing
Honestly, that's why I love
compliment.
it.
Thank you.
No, of course. It might be the only one I give about you in your Sag placement, but trust me, you can keep it with you
Fair.
forever.
Fair. I can box.
Same. Okay, bet. I like her.
Well, I
All right,
meant
let me find a way to say-
metaphorically box, but you know, hey.
Oh, I mean, it's cool. Don't worry. We're not putting gloves on. I don't want to hurt opponents.
You're not gonna fight women, are you, Jupiter?
Of course not. Women, no. We're gentle men on this side of the world, okay?
This is a crazy chart you have, by the way. Just like
So yeah.
Venus with Rahu, Mercury with Rahu, Sun trine a stationing Saturn. It's a lot going on right now. Just
A lot of domicile planets too. So it's like always interesting when I'll like look at, maybe I'm like reading into like my MC a little bit more and it's in Libra in the 11th house. Yeah, great. Well, who's my ruler? Go to look to see who my ruler is because that gives me a little extra flavor. And then I look back, I'm like, oh shit, my ruler's in the exact same house. So it's like the same house, like amplified.
right.
Yeah. So the thing that stands
Beauty
out to
of
me about your chart is like you're born really close to when Saturn stations retrograde. And when Saturn stations retrograde, it's bad. It's like it makes like a lot of times makes like the early life a lot more difficult, and just has a lot of obstacles for the person. Now, because you also have the moon conjunct Saturn, and the moon is waning, but it's still pretty full of light. It's still like in between the full moon and the waning quarter moon. It seems like most of the obstacles you've had to face have been internal ones and mental ones, and there's perhaps maybe anxiety or some kind of depression or like some kind of mental block, and like perhaps other people may look at you and say, "Oh, like you're fortunate," but they don't see like that there have been some kind of struggles that you've basically kept hidden. Is any of that resonating?
That is completely resonating. It's kind of interesting too if you look at it in terms of like on my it being right on my IC. So most of it was from a kind of an opposite of rags to riches story. It was having a lot of money with my family like pre 2008. That hits. We saw like our house get foreclosed. Watch parents not have like jobs.
Right.
And then kind of fast forwarding to a few years later trying to get that stability in life again. It's okay, yeah, I present like being fine, people would never guess those things now knowing me, but it created a lot of like formative questions and anxieties about money, family, survival, shelter.
Right. So even though it wasn't like materially bad overall. There was some instability, which then, created, like an anxiety that you have had to deal with going forward, and like, worries about stability and home and stuff like that. Is that fair to say?
No, it's all 100%. That is the home base of where it's at, both figuratively and literally.
Okay. I'll if anyone else has anything, I don't want to hog the reading spotlight. If anyone else has anything to say.
I mean, I kind of like how both me and her got like similar degrees on this Aries moon. Gang, gang, gotta love it. Saturn being right there reminds me that we are going to be seeing our Sade Sati really soon. That's a for those that don't know, that's a time when Saturn actually touches your natal moon placement. You obviously were born in it. It doesn't normally say much about being born during a Sade Sati, just at the same time, we do got some things to be prepared for, it seems. So, I mean, don't freak out.
Oh, I mean, I
I'm
don't, because it's kind of like I've gotten the armor from dealing with it because I'm born with it, that I don't almost freak out about it.
God bless it. Amen. Love to hear that.
Yeah.
Indeed. But significant time, that being said, would be probably not this year or the next. I anticipate around 2028. If anything comes up like with children, creativity, anything about something that was fun not being too fun anymore. I don't know if there's going to be any situations with like, since the 5th and 12th house are kind of having fun there. The first thing that comes to mind, I'm not saying this is it, but like hidden pregnancy, it could be something that comes up or something of that light. Are you currently dating or currently in a relationship?
That's complicated.
Okay, no problem. Aren't they all?
I'm in like a phase right now where it's like I don't want to touch a long-term relationship with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty much like on
Like
track
that.
to like get married to someone, bought a house with them, we broke up,
Right.
and so now I'm just like it's gonna stay me for a little bit. We'll kind of maybe keep it that way.
Yeah. So
Well,
I was just like looking at, because I noticed that Saturn was going to station retrograde on your moon in this summer, and so I was like pulling this transit up, and Saturn, when it's like conjunct the moon, when that transit actually happens, a lot of times it's an increase in burdens and responsibilities, but also a corresponding increase in status, right? And so a lot of times people get promotions, or they get like a job that later becomes really important to them, or there's like something that's a lot of work but also a lot of reward. And this is also happening around the same time. There's Jupiter Cazimi, and it's opposite your Uranus, and it's also just in the same sign as your Sun and your lot of fortune. So uh, I feel like this summer could be good, and you could. I mean, are you looking for a new job, or is there potential to get promoted at the current one that you have? Because I feel like this could be a time where you would elevate.
So you're gonna love what I'm about to say is that I mean I love my job currently right now, but in order to advance in it further, because I work in the legal field and I've been contemplating going to law school. And so I think that
Mm.
like this activation within my ninth house with everything going on with like Jupiter and Leo could be a sign towards finally going back to school, at least somewhere in that progress of positioning myself to get ready for it or getting accepted, finishing something. I don't know what it might be, but I
Well,
feel like
have
it's
you
just tied into
applied?
that. I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you applied for the fall? Because now is the time to be doing that.
I need to like literally finish up like 10 more credits, which
Oh,
I'm trying
okay.
to do online right now. So
Oh, so
that's,
you're thinking of going next year. Well, this could
yeah,
be finishing your schooling, right? Because you're doing undergrad right now.
yeah, I'm wrapping that up because I went back to go and do that.
All
So
right. Well,
I
that
think
makes
it's
sense that this would
that
be
too.
this is like the summer you'd be completing things. I mean, you're probably completing a couple months prior to this, but
Well, it's
still.
also the beginning of the Leo Aquarius eclipses. So it's possible that your law school career, isn't going to begin until the middle of the eclipses, and the beginning of, and you'll begin to see the beginnings of it this this summer. But also there is a solar eclipse that is opposing your sun exactly, like exactly
Well,
10 degrees.
The one in February.
Yes, yes.
something I just realized is that if you are going to have to take if you are going to try and apply for law school, then you should take the LSAT the summer after you graduate from college. And so it's offered in July, usually the LSAT. And so this could be taking the entrance exam if you decide, if you graduate in May and decide to do that, and then you would be applying next fall after you get the results.
That's kind of like where I'm thinking at right now too. And then also kind of what I love about this kind of era, or like what I think is interesting is, Alex, are you able to push it to, I think it's August 3rd?
Mm-hmm. Here you go. There's August 3rd.
What do you guys think about this transit Uranus, trine my natal Venus, and then also trining my natal Venus, or natal Uranus? It's making like a grand trine there between those three.
Well, the other thing is that there's a Saturn conjunction on your moon Saturn conjunction too. Seems like a recurring source.
Something promised is coming around then, huh? You think?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I'm glad you're still here. I was actually tapping Hope's ear on that one, because normally when she brings up recurrences, I notice she sees a lot of like faded. I won't say faded as if it's like bound to be something. That's predestined. Thanks. That's the word I wanted. Something predestined to happen. Something to come back to life. So that could be interesting. But speaking to the question about Uranus, I mean, I know you're not really looking, so that's kind of why I'm trying not to think this. But the first thing that came up was like unexpected relationship, like something that could be completely different from what you've seen prior, and it might be what you need for all when I say that. But having it trine Venus, since it's a better aspect versus like if it was a harsh aspect.
Yeah, I can see that.
Do you also see that like that transits to your Venus, or like Venus activations? Do you see like career themes show up? Okay. So so Venus is really close. Venus is in the same sign as your MC, right? And you in your own natal chart have an exact Venus Uranus trine. Do you have any like I'm wondering, because okay, so if we use like an equal MC chart here, transiting Uranus is in your 6th house, not your 7th house, and you can look at both, right? Charts are all fractals of each other, right? But if we use the equal MC chart, Uranus is in your sixth house, trining your Venus and your natal Uranus. And there's also this Moon Saturn conjunction happening on your Moon Saturn conjunction. I feel like this. So one idea that comes up to me is that there is a unexpected opportunity that comes your way. It's either something that either a career direction you weren't expecting to go in, or doing something radical in your field, and also at the same time having to come to terms with the fact that, oh, I'm going to be alone in this, and I'm really going to have to be okay with being isolated in this direction. But I feel like it comes your way very naturally. And there is this like coming to terms that like, oh, this is like my fate, perhaps. Maybe like there have been a series of synchronicities that have happened, and now you're like, oh, this is what this was all about. Like,
Yeah, I kind of call like those periods like looking to see if like, the universe is winking back at you.
yes, yes,
Because you put out like all like these different energies that kind of like I think start to get set up by like this next like eclipse axis like kind of coming through, and Aquarius and Leo, and then you're looking for like these little moments, like these little periods in which you're seeing, is the universe winking back at me? What did I put in like during these times? And like, is it, how's it kind of playing out? Because that's why I find it interesting that you brought up the job part versus bring up the love part, because I've had like big and secondary progressions before, Uranus, Venus transits happen right before a big relationship. But I've also seen that Uranus, like transit happen to with right before like a big job got blown up, and had to leave like that particular industry. So it's like one of those things, like, is it job, is it love, is it job, is it love?
right, right.
You know what? I will definitely be more than happy to not emphasize the love part, because I do see Mars is getting pretty hot in Gemini over there. Again, and if I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
mistaken, it's going.
true. Mars is, yeah,
Mm,
like right on her descendant.
yeah, that's why I say I actually wouldn't even speak nobody on you around that time, because it might just be your biggest headache. But that
Yeah,
could also
yeah,
be a sign of how Hope said, hey, this might be a time where you have to be on your own, be more solitary. It's probably going to show you why around that before, like,
yes,
I would think. So definitely be careful with the company you keep. Stay steadfast on your career. I don't think Mars is gonna get in the way. So that's a good sign, since it's gonna, if anything, make good aspects to Venus.
Well, it's also too with like
Um,
it being in Gemini, it's kind of, maybe secularizing like two different parts of myself. Like, okay, hey, there's this one that's kind of me individually, and then there's this one that's, maybe my work hat that I put on,
yeah.
or my love hat that I put. It's just like that different portion of yourself, but like two of them can exist at the same time.
Yeah,
But
and I do think that it is like Mars is going to be going through your descendant, and so yeah, there is a bit of like your natal Mars isn't in the best position. It is dignified in Scorpio, but I would, if I were a betting woman, I would say that Mars transits aren't the best for you. Um, but that retrograde, I'm sorry, that eclipse, the solar eclipse that's happening in February, in just a few weeks on your sun, I think may be like a moment when the universe, right? When the universe begins to give you a larger sign of what you've been putting out there, because it's a solar eclipse, so those tend to be more internal rather than external, and it is exactly on your sun. So I feel like there is going to be some sort of like revelation of, oh, this is who I am, this is what I should be doing, uh,
because
this
it
is,
also sextiles on my ascendant too, and then also trines my
yes.
Chiron.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Where's your Chiron?
In
Um,
Libra, 28 degrees.
Okay, yeah,
I
exactly.
am. I'm sorry to jump in here and cut this off, but we do have a lot of callers. We wanted to get to a few people. I think we've been on this for. I just want to try and keep it moving. Only spend like
Oh
10,
yeah, of
15 minutes
course.
per chart. So,
Yeah,
um,
I'll just say one
thanks.
more
Thank
thing
you so
about.
much for calling in.
Let me
Oh,
just
go
say one
ahead.
more thing because I never got to it, but I love your Venus Jupiter trine in your birth chart. I would guess that you're really pretty and that you're very, and you are very charming. I think the chemistry very easily here. But I would guess that you're really pretty and that you naturally you might be artistically talented as well. I think it's really cute that it's in the air sign. So I would imagine that you're clever and you're intelligent, and it really comes through in like in the charm that you exude. So I just wanted to say that before we leave.
Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate your time, your expertise, the whole 9 yards. It's been great.
Yeah, thank you for calling in. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks,
Yeah, thanks so
Tony.
much.
let's
Okay.
stay.
Next caller we're gonna do is CK. I believe I also sent him the link or her on Twitter. Hello, wait, it turned off.
It happened the last time too. There we go.
Hello, are you there, CK?
Hi, CK.
Can you please speak?
CK,
What's
I'm
happening
building.
here?
Where you at?
Oh, there
What's cracking?
she is.
I can't hear anything, but I can see
Oh,
y'all. Hold on.
you can't hear anything. That's not good.
I
Oh,
think that's got something to do with her device.
Oh boy.
damn.
Do we
Try
have
to shake them back.
Do we have CK's chart at least?
No.
Okay.
Did they drop out?
They're having technical problems.
They're back.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
It's got my camera for some reason. It's just gonna be at my floor. I apologize. Can y'all hear me?
That's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, CK.
Right on, right on. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. How y'all doing tonight?
We
Doing
chilling
great.
good,
Very good. Very good. Is CK like an acronym for your name?
Yeah. It's also what everybody has called me kind of my whole life. Nobody's ever called me by my first name, so.
Nice.
All right, CK.
What's your birthday?
August 16th, 1991.
Another Leo.
We getting all the Leos in here tonight.
Yeah.
Leo wants to show
Yeah.
up. What's the time?
Pony and I were born a minute apart, so 4:38 p.m.
Oh wow! Holy shit!
Ooh,
All right, and the location?
Trenton, New Jersey.
okay. Joyzy.
I don't claim Jersey.
Say less.
Oh
Oh, this is
shit!
another late degree Sag rising with a Libra midheaven.
Also with Jupiter Kazemi.
Oh yeah, shit.
Oh, well, your Venus Mercury is conjunct, like exact. They're both retrograde. Girl, your chart's crazy.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at this chart.
There's a lot going on.
Virgo
Indeed.
Stallion. Okay, I'm seeing Libra.
Mercury, Venus, and Mars.
Okay, nodes.
Mercury on Venus. Oof. Okay.
Moon in Scorpio. Okay, quarter moon. Quarter moon.
Conjunct that Pluto.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I was looking at that 12th house moon in Scorpio. I mean, I like Scorpio moon, honestly. Like, it probably gets the most hate out of any placement. Like, if you go online and look at like any like woman that's into astrology, right, that's like the Scorpio moon is like the number one candidate for like the shitty ex-boyfriend that broke her heart, right? That's just Scorpio moon gets so much hate. But
This
I
is
love
exactly
Scorpio
how
moon.
I got into astrology, was my Scorpio moon.
Yeah, sure.
My therapist was just like, I think you're a Scorpio moon, and I think you should look into that. And triggered
Your
this whole
therapist
thing.
turned you onto it?
Your therapist said that?
Yeah.
heavy. I used to try to get my therapist on board with that shit.
I mean, Colorado is kind of a little alternative in their practices, so I appreciate that. But
no, you know what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Troops. Go ahead. No. You finished what you were gonna say.
I was just gonna say, I mean, one astrologer I kept up with for a bit. She was also a psychologist as well, Donna Cunningham. She had this book called Healing Pluto Problems. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Staring at this moon, Pluto in the 12th. It's like, how does she describe this again? I'm trying to remember. Basically, I think a more pleasant approach might be you understand who's really there for you when you're at your lowest.
absolutely.
And it's like you've seen that with your own two eyes. If I want to be nice about it, you know what I mean? They hate that I'm even trying to be pleasant. But the point is, outside of that, this probably makes you really intuitive. That's one thing I've noticed with like Pluto 12, Moon 12. Like when water planets are in the 12th house, this can amplify someone's intuition when maybe seeing the future or understanding the energy in the room. You know what I'm saying?
It was
That
really pronounced when I was younger. Like I used to have like these premonitions and would like talk to my dad about it. And he'd be like, you're gifted, it's just something that you're blessed with in our family. Like you're not the only one. And so I kind of was like, I don't know how I feel about that. I didn't know how to tap into it when I was younger because I was afraid of it more or less. But
Right.
smoking
Well,
marijuana
I
suppressed
think,
that.
yeah. Oh, did it? Well, I feel like you
Oh,
so in this chart you have the nodes. The nodes are in the second and eighth house, and something that's common with the nodes in the second and eighth house, especially when it's Ketu in the eighth and Rahu in the second, is that it's going to make you good at pattern recognition, and so things like astrology or stock trading or accounting or even other things like creative things that require pattern recognition. These are common. It's basically gives you a good skill in that, and a lot of times unconscious pattern recognition can seem a lot like intuition. And I would also say though that the Rahu in the second could have created a situation early in life in your childhood where you had some kind of problem with speaking, right? Like maybe a speech impediment or some kind of
couldn't say my R's.
right, yeah.
Oh, interesting. The other thing that you have is you have Saturn conjunct Rahu. So I've come to understand this as someone who can bring to light unusual ideas or have follow through in their plans. Does that resonate with you?
What was that last part? I'm sorry.
Being able to follow through on any like plans that you have.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna take that back. It was just a theory that I might have about that placement.
I have
Hope. I think I know why.
Why?
big
It's
plans.
because
I can never just follow a strict thing. I have too many things that I want to do in my life, and I can't just like follow through on one thing. It feels like.
I think I can see where that's coming from. Like, I saw what Hope was talking about, but I think the node and Saturn are actually still kind of far apart. But the node is still being ruled by Saturn, so you try to see that. It seems like not only is there some distance there that I didn't expect, but the sixth house ruler is also kind of in hell. Like, it's retrograde, it's debilitated, it's conjunct the
Right,
malefic ass Mercury.
right, right, right.
Yeah, the
Literally,
Mercury is malefic for sure.
Yeah,
literally.
What do you think about the fact that Saturn is in Aquarius and the Sun and Jupiter are in Leo, and it's like the third and ninth? Like to me, so I have a Jupiter Saturn opposition that's wide in orb in my chart, and I feel like that third and ninth opposition makes it to where like I'll believe one thing completely and then like just abandon it and like believe the opposite, and I will like switch back and forth, and it's like I want to do this and then I want to do that. Do you feel pulled like that?
Absolutely. I feel very flippy floppy like that. It's super frustrating, and I don't know how to like just like settle. And I've always attributed it to my like Sag rising, but I'm learning a lot.
yeah. Well,
I mean, I think
sorry, I'll just say this quick. I think that with the upcoming solar eclipse that's happening in February, you might have some revelations about this tendency that you have. It is really close to it's going to be opposite your Jupiter Cassini placement that you have. So it might be a good time for you to reflect upon that, and you might come out with something, especially because it's going to kick off that Aquarius Leo eclipses that are going to be happening.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've been definitely trying to be more what is that? I guess stable and like show up better for people in my life and not just like say words but actually do the actions. So that's really interesting. That's coming up right now because that's been kind of heavy on my mind lately.
yeah, there can be this tendency with the Jupiter Saturn opposition to just like go back and forth between things without ever finishing either one of them. And it's like as soon as something gets heavy with one thing, you can just switch to another thing. But what you can actually do is you can use that pendulum as like a momentum machine, right? To switch back and forth on things and get a lot more things done. Now, I think that the thing I want to point out to you in your chart as a transit that's coming up that you need to watch out for is it's a while away, but it's coming up next year or this year. At the end of the year, we're going to have Mars retrograde at the end of 2026. Right? And so if we go to that, we'll see here Mars is going to station retrograde here, 10 degrees Virgo. It's going to go back over these Virgo placements. And then if we go to when it stations direct, it's stationing direct right here on your sun, right? And so I don't know if you've had any kind of health problems or anything like that, but this could be a time when any existing health problems could have a flare up, any chronic health issues, or you could overwork yourself. It's just take care of yourself during that Mars retrograde because I feel like it's going to be hard on the body. It's going to be hitting all these personal planets, Venus, Mercury, the sun,
Jupiter.
That's definitely been coming up too, is my level of burnout and accepting that I can't do certain roles like I used to or show up or be a caretaker as much. I got to take care of myself more.
Right.
That's definitely a big thing with the nodes and Pisces and Virgo that came up for me.
Yes, Ketu going through Virgo, especially hitting all of your placements, that's definitely a learning to take care of yourself rather than taking care of everybody else around you.
Yeah.
That's been a hard one. That's been a hard one.
Yeah. I can imagine. Well, your Mercury is retrograde, and I feel like you might think that that's like a bad thing. But I've always seen in charts with people who have Mercury in retrograde to be very intelligent. And even though your Mercury is combust, I think that this is an indicator of a very intelligent person.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's also conjunct Venus and Jupiter. So, I think that you have the potential to create meaningful artistic work. I'm not saying like, oh, you'll make an amazing painting. I'm not necessarily saying that. It's like whatever art means to you, whatever is meaningful to you in terms of like creating something, whether it's writing or whatnot. I think that if you put your mind to it, like you could come out with something breathtaking. So just wanted to tell you that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Absolutely.
Are you gay or bisexual or transgender or anything like that?
I would lean more towards gay, but I'd say I'm bi.
Right. Okay. The
What's
reason I
the
ask, so Firmicus Maternus says that when Mercury and Venus are together in Mercury's sign and Mercury is also present, that for women specifically, it makes masculine women that take other women as lovers.
That's funny.
Whoa.
That's very interesting.
That makes a lot of sense.
I've always wondered if anything in my chart kind of like explained my sexuality or like anything stood out about it, but that's fun information.
Alex knows all the gay delineations in Firmicus.
I love that.
Yeah. I got obsessed with the ones where it's like, oh, you can tell like here's how you tell the difference between a lesbian and like a boy prostitute and a pedophile. Right? They all have different signatures in Firmicus. So but I've noticed that in modern day, like it will be, it's like mix and match. It's like all of them seem to apply. It just seems to be all of those examples seem to be examples of general sexual deviance, but I don't know. So
See, Alice clocked that better than me. I was just gonna say they were picky as fuck with who they date, but like they have to have this job.
Very picky. I'm very picky about who I date.
Yeah, I think that another thing about you that I've seen with like Leo suns with Venus and Mercury, or I'm sorry, Venus and Virgo, is that there's like a princess like tendency where you enjoy a lot of attention, and but you also really enjoy like acts of service, like
Oh,
someone
yeah.
doing practical things for you. That's what's going to like grab you by the heartstrings.
Yeah, I'm
which is
so
like
simple. I'm so simple and easy, but everybody that I try to date just like seemingly complicates things somehow and like overcomplicates it.
Choops.
no, I'm sorry. I just read what sorry Barry Vada.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's funny as fuck.
It's like, come on. Yeah,
Fuck.
CK, that was not for you. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
okay.
Sorry.
I hate to cut this off because I'm loving reading your chart. Love your vibe,
Right.
but we should get to the next person. There's a lot of people to join.
Please,
We're not
by
going to
all
get to
means.
everyone, but
Appreciate y'all so very much.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah, yeah.
before you leave, CK, you're also going to have a recurrence transit coming up in August, or July maybe. There's a Jupiter Cazimi. So I would imagine that whatever Leo season means for you is really going to be amplified.
I'm
So
excited.
yeah,
I hope it's love.
I don't know about that, but it'll be big.
Hey,
it's around here.
believe in it. It can happen. Look. With that Jupiter
Exactly.
Cazimi, anything
I'm a
can
Sag
happen with
rising.
you, for
Believing
sure.
it can happen, right?
Yeah,
There you go.
you're
Talk about it.
a child of Jupiter. So yeah, actually, if you believe it, it might happen.
This my kid? Why ain't nobody tell me that first? Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let me throw-
okay.
I'm gonna
Much
throw this
love,
phone.
y'all. Hey, y'all stay
Bye,
safe.
CK. Thanks for calling in.
Thank y'all. Talk to y'all soon. Bye.
Peace and love, CK.
Okay, I think the next person that I told could call in is Eric. Hey, Eric.
Hey guys, how you guys doing on this
Anna?
exalted Mars opposite exalted Jupiter kind of day going on?
Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
Yeah, it
Good
is.
vibe.
Not too bad. Not too bad yet.
Oh shit, you're right. I don't even look at astrology these days. I completely forgot about that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I thought he was saying his places for a second. I was
No,
like,
dude, no. Mars and Jupiter are opposite right now.
They are, yeah.
shit. Oh,
Eric,
boy.
have
Everybody
you called into the stream before?
Oh shit. Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Am I in?
No, it's okay. I felt like I recognized your voice.
Yeah. I came on to if you guys are all right with it, I'd like to ask about some transit stuff going on.
Yep.
Yeah, we can take a quick look at that.
Rosetta's the
Why
one
not?
with Sandy Venus combusts in the 12th house.
Oh, well, you got me.
I do not have as good of a memory as Hope does, so
Jesus
you're
Christ.
gonna have to remind me of everything, like your birth time, all of that.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
What's your birthday?
March 22nd, 2005.
What is going on in the private chat right now?
At 8:13 a.m.
Oh, let me see. I can't even see this.
Look at
Right.
a little flirting happening
And
there.
location, Grand Rapids, Michigan. What the hell's going on in the chat? Oh, wow, I see.
Sorry, I'm gonna leave them alone. All right.
Oh man, people are flirting in the private chat. That's cute.
People are flirting
Oh,
in
wow.
the private chat.
We like all these
Okay.
Why did I
people.
get this party episode?
Okay. Does this look like your chart?
It is my chart, yep.
All right. So what transit? You were wanting to know about some transits coming up, some activations.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about now, actually, first of all, if that's
Right now.
yeah.
Sorry,
All right, so there's been
I
this.
need
I mean, the
something
first thing I notice here is the Mars Venus double Cazimi right here on your midheaven.
Yeah, and
Um,
opposite is
yeah,
yeah,
Saturn.
yeah.
So, okay. All right. I mean, I guess this full moon was probably eventful for you. Was there kind of any drama at home?
Um no, actually, because Saturn rules my well, my midheaven and my 10th, my what the hell am I saying? My whole sign ninth house and whole sign 10th house, going by traditional rules, and because it's I guess my ninth house perfection year, Capricorn, Saturn ruled, and Jupiter going over it too. There's a whole bunch of shit. I got a promotion at work and I'm going back to
Oh,
Oh,
school.
nice.
So yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Awesome, man. Hell
Nice.
yeah.
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 Where you going to school, or what you studying in school? I should ask first.
Um, what I want to study doesn't really exist yet, and I think it will in the future.
Okay.
I don't know how to explain it, but
Whatever couple words you got for it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I kind of want to study some like climate stuff and like some like um this is going to be a path that's going to take years and years of doing, but something to do with like geoengineering, kind of like helping stop climate change and stuff like that. So
That's
Okay.
cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
My little brother would love you.
He would.
Yeah, yeah, he's like super into all of that shit.
Oh wow,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, he's like a few years older than you, but he's like in your generation still. So I don't know, that's cool. I like the radical kind of optimism from this generation, the Pluto in Sagittarius generation. It's cool. It's like, you know, I feel like people in your generation are kind of unwilling to accept what other people say is like, oh, this can't be done, right?
Yep.
Oh, this is not possible. Like you're like, what? Fuck that. Yes, it is. You haven't even tried. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, damn near.
Yeah. All right. I know I have a limited time here, so I'll
Yeah.
speed
Yeah.
things along here.
Yeah.
There are some periods that I wrote down here. Quick little tidbits, I guess. So coming up in like from like mid-February to early March, that's also the next thing on the itinerary. I think you'll see what I'm talking about in
All right.
yeah,
So
when the
towards the
Saturn
middle.
Neptune conjunction.
Yeah. 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 All right. So yeah, we see that's gonna happen right there on your Sun and Venus. All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Saturn ingress into Aries.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And it's in your 12th house with Neptune, February 14th. Okay. And then Mercury follows along. Venus does too. Sun does too. Um,
Yeah. Let's take a look a couple weeks out of the full moon.
March 3rd is the exact Saturn conjunction with my sun. I know that.
that's also the lunar eclipse, isn't it?
Oh shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is. All right.
And the
So
Jupiter square. Wow.
let's try this. Let's try the technique we were demonstrating on Maduro.
Yeah, do that.
Uh, Going back 9 months from the eclipse, we get June 2025. So things that were prevalent in the beginning of June 2025, those themes are going to recur again at the full moon eclipse at the beginning of March. So what was going in your life around June of 2025?
Um oh, I remember this day. I was a mess on this day. I had I had my date on like a couple days prior, May 31st, and what was I going to say? It didn't go great. I got used and ghosted and that type of shit. So I was really sad, and so I kind of just latched on to somebody else. I don't know how to explain it, but
Okay.
yeah, and that was a whole other thing that yeah. This is like the start of that. This is kind of the area of like time where everything in my life kind of just seemed to kind of go off the rails a little bit, sort of. So, yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting you say that because with this technique, the lunar cycle technique, it can track both tops and bottoms, right? So, for example, we were using this technique on Hope's chart the other night, and she found that like the same lunar cycle, you know, was connected to both like praise and like getting raises and bonuses and stuff at work, and getting recognition, and also getting criticism and you know, write ups and stuff like that, seem to be linked to the same 9 month lunar cycle. And so I feel like these lunar cycles, the tops and bottoms can be linked together. And so, you know, if this was a crisis period, right, I think that, you know, this is the time period that showed you the problems. And then if you deal with them, then 9 months later on the full moon, you can get a better result.
Reward, yeah, reward for the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So have
Yep.
you been putting in work?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Have you
I
been
couldn't hear
putting in the work?
you. Yeah. The situation that I talked about, with like me latching onto somebody else, that led to a whole romantic thing that kind of dominated the rest of the summer. Um, in November, around the time that I think Saturn and Mercury both stationed direct, that like this is like Thanksgiving time, I finally said, this has to stop, and I need to just cut this person out so I don't, I guess, escalate things any further. So yeah. Oh
Okay.
shit, Alex left.
Yeah, he's been having problems. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so March 3rd is the lunar eclipse, right? So Venus and Mercury are conjunct, right, during that lunar eclipse.
Yep.
And Mercury is retrograde. Mars is changing signs into your 11th house. So this is all going to be in the eclipse is happening in your 11th house, right?
Yep.
Um, I don't know. I think that like you will probably start. I think this is going to be good for you, just because it's in a good house for you. I would imagine that it's going to be maybe on the outside. There's really good things happening for you, but internally you might be suffering. Just because Saturn has just ingressed into your 12th house. I've noticed that when a planet is just beginning to ingress, like is at the 0, 1, 2 degree mark, it's the loudest.
Yep.
Um,
Oh yeah. I
yeah,
felt I felt when
Uh,
Saturn entered Aries like almost immediately last May, and
me
when Pluto
too.
entered Aquarius in
Too.
2024, and then Neptune in Aries, I felt that too. Jupiter in Cancer, that squared my sun when it entered in like around this, like about a week after this. Yeah. So I feel when especially when outer planets change signs. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, 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 you're fine. I was just saying that I think that this could be so it's like in your 11th, fifth house axis. I feel like this might actually be a good indicator of like maybe a new love interest coming into the fore, someone that you have a good chance with. But I think it's going to make you confront your attachment style issues, any issues that you have, any issues that you might project onto another person might come to the fore kind of like right off the bat.
Yep.
So my prediction for this will be that you are going to meet someone, but at the same time, you're going to have to confront your demons in order to make this work.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Shit.
What time period are we talking about now? That's still the same
Early
time period?
early March. Yeah.
The March lunar eclipse.
Oh yeah, my Venus return. Yeah.
it's about to be a solar return right after that, right?
Yeah. And yep. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of this, if you want to DM me on Twitter, man, I can take a deeper look at the love stuff if you want me to apply my techniques for it. But I think we should probably move on to somebody else now, this because there's a lot of people here. But
Oh yeah. Yeah. I get that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But send me a
Yeah,
DM and
that's
I'll.
helpful though, Eric. Yeah. Hopefully that answered
Yeah.
your question.
But
Yep.
no, I know you've been following, you like been tuning into the streams and stuff. It's awesome. So yeah, just like We follow each other now on Twitter, so just send me a DM and I'll take a look and answer any other questions you've got like off the air. But I think we should move on for now.
All right, yeah. Thanks for taking your time, guys. See ya.
Thanks for
Yeah,
calling
thanks.
in.
Yep.
Bye.
See ya.
All right.
The name Rosetta Stone is fucking awesome.
I know, isn't that a great name?
That's a great
All right.
name, Rosetta.
Okay, so
Literally.
I believe this person. Oh, wait, maybe it's going to delay and kick you off. Lucas, hey,
Hello.
are you there?
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello,
Hear you.
Lucas.
Let me try. Maybe. Yeah. Can you see me? Yes.
Yes, we can see you. Hi, Lorenzo.
Hello. Hello.
And you put your birthday in the private chat. Let me just punch it in here. I'm trying to find it.
Yes. I was born on August 25th.
What?
Virgo this time.
We're getting all the. We're a Virgo this time, right? Yeah, you're right. But still, a lot of regulars ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of August babies.
Yes, lots of
And
regular.
look, he's got the mane out too. Like he's got the Afro supremacy popping. You gotta love it.
It's because of you, Jack. It's because you joined back in, and your Regulus energy is bringing in all the other Regulus babies.
Maybe.
Oh Lord.
And
Is that a good thing? No, we love it. We love to see it.
Hey, does this look familiar to you? Does this look like your chart?
yes, it does.
Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting.
Okay, so first off, with the planets. All right, so little astro lesson for people. So Ptolemy talks a lot about solar phase with planets, and you can determine how strong a planet is by the solar phase. However, he just alludes to this. He doesn't really follow it up with any specific rules. So, myself and other people, namely Yotir Astrology on Twitter and a few others, have looked into Mars and the other planets and their solar phases. And conclusion is that Mars is very strong when it is between 60 and 90 degrees away from the sun. Here, Mars is just about 90 degrees away from the sun. It almost makes a perfect square. All right, so this is going to power up Mars. Now, Mars is also conjunct Ketu, so Mars is gonna, actually, Mars Ketu is not that bad, actually, but especially in the first house. The thing that I think that this would encourage, we also have Uranus here, pretty strong, and Neptune. So I'm gonna bet that there's, especially early in life, there was something going on with the face, right? That you had some kind of either acne that was really especially bad, or some other kind of injury to the head area.
Or a bit on the face. I've seen that before, or like the ears or something. Like the
Yeah. Well, I did have bad acne, and but mainly after a certain age, I started suffering from headaches. I suffer from chronic headaches. I don't know if the face and the head.
Well, so because it's the first house, it's the entire head, right?
The entire head, yeah.
That's the part of the body that's going to be afflicted, is it's going to be here. So the technique I'm using is to basically look for the malefic planets that have power, right? And then look at what houses they're in. And then the corresponding body part to that house is going to tell you where the health afflictions are going to lie. So if the person has strong malefic planets in the first house, the affliction is going to be in the head area. If they have strong malefic planets in the seventh house, for example, it's going to be around the genitals, right? And the groin area. In the eighth house, a lot of times it's like hormones and the genitals still. It kind of blurs, right? Because you have sixth house is like bowels and kidneys and stuff like that. And then seventh house is like groin and reproductive organs. And then eighth house is like genitalia, right? So it just kind of goes around the zodiac. You can look this up, but basically it will show you where the weak parts in the body are. And if I were going to put one part of your body as like the weak link in this chart. It's the head, right? And so this is what's going to cause you the most suffering is problems you have related to the head. Right now, this doesn't necessarily mean the mental state. The mental state would be more the 12th house, but you also have Saturn in the 12th house, which
Right.
is square your moon. So
Yeah.
you probably do have an afflicted mental state as well. You probably have dealt with your fair share of anxieties or
Yeah,
depressions, dissociative tendencies, things like that.
You're
yeah,
probably
definitely.
really charming though, because your Venus is conjunct your MC, and it's full of light. So yeah, probably maybe bad mental state and head face injuries, but bet you're really charming and bet you're really smart too, because you have a retrograde Mercury in Virgo.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm particularly interested in the future of my health. So if you can tell me something, because this problem with my chronic headaches, which are cluster headaches, is
Oh
something
shit.
that kind of conditions
Yeah,
my
those are
life,
bad.
and maybe the mental state and the physical state, of course, reinforce each other. It's hard to be in a very good mood when
Okay.
you're suffering, and vice versa. If you see
Yeah,
something ahead
yeah.
which is troubling on the health, that's the main thing I'd like to be, to have some
Well, I'm gonna put your chart.
information.
Yeah, I'm gonna put your chart into the Vedic software and look that up for you while I let my co-hosts comment further on your chart. The only other read I have for you right off the bat is the fact that you have Mercury and Venus in the second sign from the moon, and the old Vedic texts say this will create musicians. Do you play a musical instrument?
Yes, I'm a musician.
Awesome.
Always.
What do you play? Is it wait, let me try and guess. Is it a uh I feel like it's going to be something you play with your hands rather than like using your breath.
Yeah, I mainly play guitar and bass, but I also sing.
Nice.
Yeah, I was playing when I was waiting.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Jupes, is there anything you want to say about the chart?
Which I mean, I was trying to speak to his question because he mentioned the headaches and such. I just see a lot of action in the first house that told me that Mars, especially, but it's like the conjunction of everything with the South Node, Uranus. I almost said Neptune, but Neptune's a bit far. But outside of that, because I know you guys already touched on it, I just wonder if all the these different anxieties that he might deal with come from something growing up, something in his home life, because I remember I had a colleague that pointed out a lot of, I'll say, domestic trauma from somebody who was a Sag rising but had their Jupiter in Capricorn. And he has his in Jupiter's face. So I'm kind of like, okay, yep, a debilitated fourth house ruler also being a chart ruler. I'm like, that's kind of got me thinking. It's got something to do with maybe the parents, maybe just with something that happened when he was a child that hasn't really shaken up well over time.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
it's still built.
I can see something of
Talk.
that in what you're saying. My my father had another wife before my mother, and so our family was a bit split in two. I guess some of my personality, or maybe most of my personality, is shaped by the peculiarities of my family.
Yeah. So
Like,
one
of course, like everybody, but that peculiarity, which is a bit irregular, and created some strangeness. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, one pattern I've noticed for people that grow up in like divorced households or single parent households or like some kind of instability in the household is that the moon is low in light. So the moon is very close to the sun here, so it's low in light. That's condition number one. Condition number two is that it's a harsh aspect with Saturn, and that condition is fulfilled here too. So this would say that the early life had some harshness and instability. Uh, Particularly around the childhood. Um, However, the fact that the moon and the sun are here on the midheaven, I think, means that materially things were taken care of, and it's not like you were if you were neglected or something like that, it was more on an emotional level rather than like a physical level. Like you always had like the food you needed and the stuff like that, but it was more like
Absolutely.
yeah.
I was spoiled on some level, but I had everything I needed. But there was, yeah, maybe some lack of parenting, maybe from my father. I don't know, but I can totally resonate with what you're saying.
Now, in terms of your health issues, so did these health issues start in last year in 2024, these cluster headaches, or are they older?
No, they have been with me for almost 20 years now. It's the 19th year. I'm just afraid that it gets worse because uh, it's under
So would
control.
they have started like around the beginning of 2008, January, February 2008?
No, maybe a little earlier.
A little earlier?
2007 was the first, I think, 18 years ago, 19 years ago exactly. No, maybe now I'm in the 20th year. Yes, I'm in the 20th year. It was around the spring of 2007, the first occurrences, but then it got worse later.
Okay, so spring of 2007, here I can throw this on the screen. This corresponds with a Sun Ketu Mahadasha ending, right? And when the Mahadasha ends, that's when you get the result. It's Ketu, first house, Sun, health and vitality. So Ketu seems to be the culprit here. So if we go back and look at like other Ketu periods you've had, so let's say 2015, April 2015 through November 2015, was that a particularly hard period with the headaches?
Yeah, it was a period when it got worse. It was a period when it got chronic.
Right. And then the next Ketu activation is here, June 2022 through November 2022.
Yes, that's the time when certain medications that I have been taking for years were not no longer enough, and I added more stuff, and
Mm.
which has sort of worked up until now. But I'm taking lots of medicines now, and I'm worried that it gets me worse or that I get more, you know, more the habit of the medicines. They don't do the same effect,
Has
and
it
so it gets worse again. And now I don't know what else to add to the mix.
has it gotten significantly worse since October, November 2024? This like really
Uh,
recently?
it got worse last December,
Mm.
Okay.
and
Last month.
then it was stationary. I would say it's been stationary since then, but I'm worried because it's as bad as it's haven't been, and I really hope it gets better, or at least it stays the same. But
Well, so
not
the good news is that so the Ketu periods seem to be the periods where things get worse, right? And or you have to change something. The next Ketu period, fortunately, is not until 2035, right?
oh, very
So
good.
yeah, you've got some time there. How that's 9 years from now. However, the problem is you're now started your Rahu period, and Rahu and Ketu are kind of like, you know what I mean? They're two peas in a pod, right? And so just being in the Rahu Mahadasha is gonna increase the Ketu influence in the background, and so you may feel like things are not quite as good as they have been with this, but it will still. I don't think. I mean, unless there's been other. Have there been any other periods of time other than the ones we've already mentioned where things got particularly terrible?
2018, spring 2018, I got I ended up in the hospital even to get my blood cleansed because the medicines weren't working anymore.
All
Maybe that
right.
was
So
the
that's a
worst.
Rahu period. That's a Rahu period, unfortunately. So it's Rahu and Ketu seems to be the periods where it's bad. So that the problem is you're in a Rahu period now. Now you're in a Rahu period until July 2027. So what I think is that basically you'll that once you get to 2027, mid 2027, you'll have a temporary reprieve until mid 2035 when the Ketu period comes back and it gets bad again, right? So I would say just from a rough sketch, I obviously I need to do a full reading to be like sure more confident, but just from a rough sketch based on the dashas, I'd say that the current increase in shittiness you're dealing with should wane by the end of the middle of next year, and then you should have a few years where it's not as eventful, not as much of a problem, and then you're going to have to deal with the problem again in mid 2035.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can we look at his natal chart to calculate the Tara for that dasha that's coming up?
Which
It's Rahu Jupiter, right? That's coming up.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So his Rahu is at 2 degrees of Gemini, and his Jupiter is at 3 degrees of Capricorn. So, oh no, it's 2 degrees of Gemini. Okay, so let's see, what is that? 180 plus 31 divided by 13 minus 9. Okay, so he goes into a 7. And then what's the nakshatra lord for Jupiter?
That might be. Is it Venus?
Well, according in Trop, this says
Or is it
it says
Ketu?
sun. It says sun. But look, we don't need to do this. I mean, well, oh, so the
Super
sun
easy.
and Rahu.
30,
Oh,
70, 70
Really?
degrees away.
I thought that was Mula. That's a Mula Jupiter, no? Or is it PA?
in the sidereal it is, but I'm using the tropical zodiac. So basically, there's this kind of like radical theory that so
6
uh,
sub period.
oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, that would imply that you may travel to get some health work done during that period between 2027 and 2029. So between mid 2027 and the end of 2029, you may take some kind of like long distance travel in order to deal with the health issue. So you may end up going to a doctor that's like in another country or far away from you or something like that. So I could see that happening during that period. In order to get more specific, I'd have to look more at the chart, but yeah, that's kind of if I was looking out for when things would get worse substantially, I would say mid 2027 is going to be when, or things improve actually.
Improve, yes,
And,
improve.
yeah, and that may be as a result of you going and getting some kind of treatment somewhere else. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, if you see some kind of doctors. So actually, one thing is I just on a personal level, I've dealt with like headaches, really, really bad headaches in the past that were like incurable, and to the point where I almost like couldn't function, right? Like, and I went to the Diamond Headache Center in Chicago, and it is like a world-renowned headache thing. Like it's like the leading research clinic on headaches like in the world, right? So the doctors there were amazing. They gave me IV Benadryl, which I've never had before, and holy fuck, that shit makes you high as shit. And it's really awesome. So if you have the money come to America for health treatment for the headaches, I would recommend Diamond Headache Center. They helped me when nobody else could. I'd been to so many other doctors, they couldn't help me. So I would recommend them. Just
Diamond Health Chicago.
yeah. Diamond Headache Center, Chicago. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll
No
look
problem.
into it.
Yeah. You're welcome. All right, let's move on to the next caller. Thank you so
calling,
much for
Fernando.
Lucas. Yeah.
Let's speak with you, Lucas. Who's the
All right.
next victim?
Next victim.
Lisa Marie, how are you doing?
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Lisa.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, ¿cómo estás?
Oh, bien, ¿y tú?
Muy bien.
Muy bien, muy bien. Relaxing.
Good to hear.
So my birthday is May 22nd, 1985.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
all
we
right.
got the Gemini in the building.
Taurus, Gemini, cusp.
11:53 a.m.
Ooh, the sun on the midheaven.
Oh, sun on the midheaven.
And
Manhattan, New York.
Hey. Okay. Virgo rising in New York. Oh Lord. Oh, I'll shut up.
Leo rising.
Oh, shut up.
Leo rising, yeah.
I'll be quiet.
I do that shit all the time. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut too.
So,
I didn't say anything because I mess that up all the time.
As many times as I'll say I'll shut the fuck up, must have been karma for everybody I told shut the fuck up in this life and the past.
Oh shit,
Listen.
your Mercury's conjunct your MC. That's okay.
Oh, okay. You a techie at all?
I dabble. I'm a writer. Above all things, I'm a writer.
Okay.
There we go. Love that. Oh, okay. North Node's not too far.
Yeah, not too far.
So one thing that the North Node on the midheaven often does is create the person can become overly concerned with how they are perceived and their reputation, and they can value that to the extent that it makes them feel uncomfortable, like being in public, and because it's like a hyper self-consciousness, especially when other people are observing you. Have you felt like that?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you, Alex. I don't know if she can hear you though. I guess
Can you hear me, Lisa? Oh,
that's
shit,
happened to the last 3 people. Not last, but that's happened to a lot of people where they can't hear us in the beginning and then they have to call back.
Yeah, like CK earlier. I remember. That was unique.
Okay, we're back. Let's let them back in again.
Lisa Marie.
Can you hear me now, Lisa? Hello, can you hear me, Lisa?
I see you guys, but I cannot hear you, and it's
That's so weird.
The transmission was perfect before it got to me.
Can you use Firefox or no, not Firefox, Chrome or Safari?
Okay,
no.
Lisa, let me see if this is an issue. Lisa, did you hear that? Okay, she didn't respond. So she really can't hear none of us.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
I don't think she can hear.
Someone
It is giving the old cell phone commercials. Can you hear me?
All right, so she's saying in the chat can't hear anything. All right, how about this? Let me take her off, see if she can hear when I take her off.
Try it now.
All right, now Lisa, you're still in the lobby, but I've taken your camera off. Can you hear us now? Type yes in the chat if you can hear us.
That works.
She's not replying.
Shit. Well, maybe bringing her back might do it. Maybe if you drop her and bring her back up.
Oh wait, here she comes again. Lisa, can you hear us? Type yes in the chat if you can hear us.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
What's Mercury doing right now?
Yeah, what is Mercury doing right now?
Probably
It
about to
just got
go
out
under the beams.
about to go what?
Under
Under
the
the beams of the sun.
yeah,
Combust.
Oh,
well, Mercury's combust for sure. It's 6 degrees away from the sun. Actually, my Mercury is exactly 6 degrees away from my sun.
no way.
Lisa, can you hear us now?
You made me think it's mine. Hold on, wait. What the fuck? No,
It's
it's
yours.
10. Mine is 10.
She
Mine is
cannot
10.
hear anything.
That's
All right,
barely
so
combust.
I know. Mercury needs to stop acting like it hasn't been combust for half the year. Like, come on. It's like,
Okay, so
let
Mercury,
Marisa.
Mars and stuff too. Mercury's doing the most right now.
You got a point. And the
So
ruler probably is not doing much better.
I'm telling Lisa that what she should do is she should just leave the chat, leave this window, and go and pull up the stream on YouTube. We can read her chart and she can comment any replies in the live chat. So
Okay.
that's what we're gonna do for this one. So if you guys have any observations that you want to just start firing off about her chart, feel free to go.
Oof. That look, I saw that Gemini Mars. I was like, maybe I really will shut the fuck up. Dear God.
You and Gemini Mars.
So
I'm sorry. The transit is the most evil. Then I see some of the people that hold it. A lot of them I assume are great. They can be nice. They can be sweethearts. Just put them in an argument. It's chops. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're hard to argue with, for sure.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Look, I know with Miss Lisa Marie, she's probably shutting the whole chat down immediately if somebody talks to her that she thinks is crazy. You can't really play with women on that Gemini Taurus cusp. I hope she didn't just leave because I said that. Wait, please. Wait a minute.
Okay, I'll say that she has Venus square her moon, so I bet she's pretty. It's like tried and true. Every person I meet with Venus square the moon or Venus conjunct the moon is always pretty. Is that Lisa? Lisa Marie? Okay, she's commenting in the chat.
Okay, yeah, we can see your comments. So just reply with text, and we'll put it on the screen when we give a read. Tell us if it's good or bad.
See, look, she's pretty. I told you. I told you guys she's pretty.
Oh, was that a picture?
That's her
Yeah.
Let me go down.
I told you she's pretty. Okay.
How are y'all seeing pictures?
Yeah, she is pretty. Another thing that indicates prettiness and physical attractiveness is when Venus is far away from the sun. Here it is. Venus is at like 44 degrees of separation from the sun, which is near maximum elongation. So a lot of times people with Venus in this degree range just have this kind of magnetic sexual appeal. Also, this Venus is trine her ascendant and trine Uranus. So you may get comments frequently that like, oh, you're pretty, but in like an unconventional way. Guys might say this cringe kind of thing of like, oh, you're pretty, but in like in a different type of way, right? Like
you're not like the other girls.
You're like, yeah, you're like a nerdy, like a librarian girl. You're like hot like that. You might get some kind of Jupiter, you're shaking your head here.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely like oh, you're not the type I usually go for type of vibe here with that.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Is that this time I really don't know how to use it. Is that girl next door or am I tripping?
Next door girl? Next door type of girl?
Is that girl next door?
Yeah, the girl next door is the girl that is like she's not like the conventional cheerleader bombshell type. She's the kind of more mousy, like cutesy, introverted type, but you like her more anyway. That's the girl next door archetype.
Okay, heavy. So it's kind of like that's what she gets with this placement is what we're kind of getting at, or is it like just what they say every time she gets approached?
I don't know about that. Just because she has Mars conjunct her sun, and her Venus is in Aries. So I feel like she might be the type of girl where like people are intimidated by her at first, but they're still attracted to her. It's kind of how I get this.
Okay.
The sense I get from this chart. Like they're a little bit intimidated, but also attracted at the same time.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
It goes from who does she think she is to who does she think she is?
So that she says backhanded shots of times. So I'm sorry, we're not trying to be backhandedly complimentary. I'm sure that you are really fine, and I think the Jupiter here in the 7th house speaks to that. A lot of times, people with Jupiter in the 7th will have, multiple relationships, multiple life partners. There's like polyamory, or they get divorced and get remarried. Jupiter in the 7th can just increase the number of partners you're going to have. This Jupiter is also trine Mars, and this can make someone very like a zealot, right? Like if they believe in something, they're like a true believer, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, all in, right? And they're, you know what I mean? So, this can make radicals, right? It can make people that are willing to commit themselves to an idea completely.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. And she also has Mars in the 11th house. So I would suspect that she might actually make friends or join groups by being controversial, by saying the thing that nobody else is saying, like calling out the elephant in the room, and like everyone's like, oh yeah, she's right.
She
That.
ate that.
Yes, yeah.
Period. No, with that, that could be something. And if it doesn't get to that point, like there's also she might meet more of her friends like in the athletic setting, like a competitive setting, per se.
Yes.
Like I know some that they always get their friends from their soccer clubs, for the most part, if it's not from school. And then she might even be a good dancer. So since she speaks Spanish, I hope she knows some bachata. We gotta talk. With that, Mercury Jupiter square is interesting to me because it is one is going to make her a very creative writer, in my opinion, but also she might be very fortunate in anything dealing with these two planets because Mercury rules her lot of fortune. That was something I learned from Valence.
Yeah.
She said, yes, I get intimidating, but I'm just straightforward. Not you guys as backhanded, others, often women. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying other women will give you compliments in a backhanded way because they're intimidated by like your looks, right? Okay.
Jealous. I'm gonna tell you right now, they're just jealous.
Yeah.
They just want you to feel small so they can feel big. Fuck them people.
But yes, yeah, Jupes, I agree with you. I think that she has that Jupiter Mercury square, and Jupiter is also square her MC. So I would also agree that like mercurial type of activities she's gonna see more luck in it, and be able to make more of a money, right? Make a living off of it, perhaps, or be able to see material fortune come through through mercurial efforts, because a lot of fortune has a lot to do with like what you have materially, whether it's money or belongings and whatnot. So yeah, I would agree with that.
And with that, you know what? It's in her second house, conjunct Juno. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she inked a really good deal being a creative writer. So
Or through marriage. Or through marriage too. Both, maybe.
Oh, maybe. All right. So when you become a phenomenal author, Miss Lisa Marie, once you get married and have your 3 to 5 kids, we're gonna have to do some readings pretty often every week, and I'm gonna need to charge you a good 100 every week. I hope you don't mind. I know you'll be good for it. She'll definitely be good for it. Hope is joining me, ain't that right?
Yeah, yeah, we'll do like co-reading sessions every week.
Literally, we gotta make sure you're right astrologically, okay? Just gotta make sure everything's spick and span. But go on, hold on, let me not ramble.
The other thing is Saturn is like exactly conjunct your ascendant in the fourth house with K2. So I'd probably say that you might have grown up in a really strict household, and or B, you might have had a difficult upbringing as well. Um, your moon is growing in light, but as Alex said, it is low in light. So I would probably bring in some of the things that we were saying about Lorenzo previously into this chart as well.
Yeah. So the thing with the childhood in this chart, what you're keying in on, the problem is going to be with the father specifically for this person.
Oh, because
The father.
function.
Yeah. So because Rahu is within 15 degrees of the sun, and also the sun's within orb of Mars, it's in the same sign as Mars, and then the moon is low in light, and also we further have a Neptune as sun is there. Like there's an affliction there at the 150 degrees separation. So basically, I'm calling it that the father's like absent, either gone from the time you're born or leaves early in life. You may have been able to reconnect with him later in life, like maybe as a adolescent or something like that. But I'm going to guess that the main problem with the childhood is the father. She is commenting a crying, laughing emoji, so I'm guessing I'm on the money here. And then she says, yes, very strict, very religious.
Very religious. Okay, no. I was trying to see if Mars was doing something with that when she brought that up, since that's her ninth house ruler. But that is not. Oh, well, Jupiter's square that Saturn, isn't it? And it's square the nodes, too. Something bending.
Oh, it is square. Yeah, Jupiter. Yeah, Saturn is square Jupiter. Right. I didn't even see that.
Y'all think that would speak to the father somehow also, or maybe just to her own belief system?
I mean,
I would say I'm almost getting ready to say no, but there is like a house trine there, so it might not be as afflicted as I brought it up. What were you going to say, Alex?
I mean, I feel like I don't think that the father's dead in this chart. Sometimes it looks like he's dead. I think he's just like gone, just like not here for some reason. He's just like their relationship
He could also
is
be mentally absent. He might be physically there, but Alex, I think you're saying that he's physically not there. But it could also be like an extremely mentally and emotionally absent father as well. So it could be mentally, emotionally absent. Yeah, but silent, exactly. Yeah. So that's what I see with the sun Rahu in like 11th or like 9th house is the father is there, but he's completely absent from like your life.
Right.
Yes, plot something. Mom is strict, dad is present and provider, but silent. So like a quiet dad. It makes some that sounds like I could see that. Okay.
Yeah. Just you zero go. The other thing that we're also seeing with this, with Saturn, but also that Sun is conjunct Rahu. And that is a pattern that Alex has found to be an absent father, whether it's because they're emotionally absent or maybe because they've left, in some Oh shit, you have it too.
Yeah, Saturn and K2.
All right, well there you go.
Yeah. So what I was saying before is that it's the Sun, Rahu, and Mars together that create the archetype for like diminished presence of the father in the person's life. It manifests in a variety of ways. I'm still trying to work out exactly what makes an absent father versus one that's present but emotionally checked out or checked or whatever. Another thing that someone mentioned was Saturn and Ketu. Yes, so Saturn and Ketu can oftentimes make the person feel disconnected from their ancestors and their roots and their family, It can make them feel like they're on their own. It can make them indifferent or not even wanting to start their own family. It just kind of makes them feel like an outsider or an outcast, like a black sheep in the family, right?
So you know what? I can speak to that. I actually got Saturn square both my nodes.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. That clocks. I normally don't get this open, but yeah. Me and Pops, our relationship is being honest, not existent. Yeah, he's like it really just was me and my mother. And he reached out like when I was 16, but that was like for like a span of 2 days, and that was it. No big deal. I ain't see no big issue. It's like, oh, okay, you here? You not? Whatever you want to do, we gonna do what we doing. So it's no big deal. And with that, also the black sheep archetype definitely there. I mean, bro, I'm a 31-year-old grown ass man sitting in this car talking about astrology with y'all. I don't think I'm like other people from the hood right now. Okay? Let's throw that in.
Although I will say though, so I have in my career as a criminal defense attorney, I have represented a lot of people from the hood, a lot of them, especially because I was a public defender for a long time. And so people that didn't have money, they got me. And I'll say that black people from the hood know about astrology and are far more willing to talk to me about it than white people are. So on the whole, that's my observation. So it might be, I think it might be like there's like, of course, if you get like the church going black types, that they're a little bit more skeptical of astrology, right? They would say it's like demon worship and stuff. But I don't know. That's just my observation. I feel like astrology is I mean, I'm sure that your family has their judgments about it, but I'm just saying, in terms of me bringing it up, because I would always ask people for like their birth time and stuff. I'm trying to collect all these charts, and I just felt like I got a better reception with black people than white people, but I don't know.
You know, it's if I can speak on it right quick, it's like the zodiac, like discussions of the zodiac have always been around us, of course. Like, and in fact, sometimes it gets really humorous to even bring it up once we start doing the pattern recognition thing. But then also, like, we're not dumb, you know. At some point, we start asking, what the fuck does this even mean? Where the fuck did this come from? Like, what's really fucking popping? And then we start digging deeper, whether it be like for me on the more secular tip, where I'm just starting to learn what the connections were coming from. Others actually align it with their own spiritual practices, you know, like if they practice like different ATRs or whatever, they like to go to astrologers and they'll go a little deeper. And some just go straight into astrology itself and become like practitioners. It's like we actually enjoy this kind of conversation because I mean, we already know what it's like to not really go with the grain. Like we've always had to go against the grain in order to get what we wanted to begin with, let alone just to exist. So like having this kind of conversation, we look forward to having them, you know? Like
yeah, that's cool because there's like an open-mindedness, right? Like when you're excluded from the mainstream culture, right? Then all of a sudden there's like there's an open-mindedness that's engendered where it's like, well, maybe I don't have to adopt the same values as these people are, right? Maybe I can decide for myself what's important, right? You know, I mean, yeah, it's the silver lining in the exclusion is that it can give you an opportunity to decide for yourself. Because if you're not like,
I'm listening.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that, like, if
the LGBTQ community, because I would say that in terms of like the spiritual, there's a large predominance of like LGBTQ plus.
Gay astrologers. It's a meme, right? So this, what I'm saying is that the thing that attracts people that belong to some minority group, whether it's the gay or black or whatever it is because it is not the normative culture, right? So, you know, if you belong to the normative majority culture, then it's easy to adopt their beliefs wholesale and not really question it too much. But if you belong to a group that is demonized or criticized or shit on by the majority, right? Then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, you guys are shitting on me. Why should I adopt your opinions and beliefs about the world? Why? Maybe I should look into this for myself. Maybe I should start thinking about it for myself. And that's the advantage that being oppressed can actually give you, is because it forces you to take a look at the world and be like, I'm in a bad situation. Why are people like me in a bad situation? What's going on? Right? And so this can, and it can engender class consciousness, stuff like this, these alternative ideas, right? We can get solidarity this way. I mean, I don't know. I think that the tendency, it's a silver lining in an otherwise bad situation. But I don't know. What do you think about that?
No, that makes a lot of sense. Like, it's like, if I were to just put it back on me, I mean, I always had like my own like way of looking at it, because I know like it's really conflicting being somebody who claims it's a Christian. That's how I am. I'm a Christian, right? But knowing that I'm a Christian because generations ago someone forced one of my ancestors into the indoctrination, that alone tells me, wait, something don't fucking match. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm always willing to go against the grain off that alone, just for me in particular. And I mean, speaking with other black folk, you'll even hear that. You'll be like, boy, who the fuck gonna tell us what the fuck to do down here at this point? This wasn't even a religion we started, so that's really what like really pushes them to begin with. And for me, it's like, I think it's also like the laxness of the religion as well. We can get into that, or like how it's normally treated culturally. But end of the day, it's like, that's how I know off the rip, like there's more to the story. That's probably what really like brings me into astrology even deeper,
Yeah, there is more for the story.
Yeah.
Always
and
more
like,
for the
so
story.
Like, yeah, exactly. And like, when you back to what you were saying about like oppressed groups, it's like, of course, like they're gonna be more open because they learn to be open. Like they're like, look, we don't have the same privileges as others. Like, we can't we know what it feels like to be shut out. So let's actually hear someone out first and not be ignorant of the world. So that's
Well, I mean, I've just noticed that there's like, exactly. But like, I've noticed that when I am presenting a dissenting opinion, right, whether it's about astrology or anything else, right, like if I'm expressing an opinion that's like skeptical of people with power, right, certain people will have different biases about that, right, and like people that benefit from the power structure, they're inclined to not like my criticisms and skepticism of the power structure, but people that are fucked over by it, they're inclined to listen to me, right? And so it's like, it all depends on where you come from and how you will receive information. And someone that, like what you're describing from your situation, where even the stuff that you believe in and you were taught to believe in by your parents, you see it's like, well, where did they get this from? Right? Maybe this is what, I need to look at this for myself. Whereas somebody else, if they weren't in that situation, they would just uncritically accept whatever religion their family imposes on them, and then they get to where they're 50 years old and having a midlife crisis because all of a sudden all these unaddressed questions that they never even looked at now biting them in the ass, right? So it's like, I mean, I'm not saying that like, we should feel bad for these people or anything like that, but I'm just trying to show how like the way you look at things determines everything. Like it's like perception is like basically 90% of it.
Amen.
Yeah. Totally
It's the truth
agreed.
to it.
Totally
No, of
agreed.
course. We could probably go on this for days, but we for sure was on somebody's chart. I'm like, is she still with us, Lisa Marie?
I don't know if she's still here or not.
True. Been
This
fucked over
person
so many
says,
times by so many people, including my parents.
I think that's Grosetta.
Yeah, it's about you because you were talking about having Saturn square the nodes.
Oh yeah, I see him now. Yeah, Saturn square my nodes. Saturn
Yeah,
in
yeah.
AC. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, it's hard knock life over here, guys.
Well,
Have as
you
much
know
fun
what's
as you can.
interesting? You know what's interesting is when Saturn squared the nodes just transit wise during my Saturn return, and the nodes were in Taurus and Scorpio. This is like a bit personal, but I went no contact with my parents during that period, and I have my natal Saturn in Aquarius, and the nodes were going through Taurus and Scorpio, and I have my natal Sun in Taurus. So it's interesting because like these are like your natal placements, and it kind of shows up like throughout your life. Whereas for me, I experienced it as like a transit, and like I decided to go no contact. I have my moon in Aquarius too, by the way. So like my luminaries,
Oh yeah.
yeah, dad and mom are also fixed signs. So when Saturn was going through Aquarius and the nodes are going through Taurus and Scorpio, I was like, holy shit, my parents are really toxic. Like they really don't want the best for me. Like they just want to use me. And then it's like it's better for me to just cut them out because like you know what I mean? Like it's better this way. But that was my experience with that transit, that Saturn going, squaring the nodes.
That one's tough with the South Node being in your fourth at that.
Yes,
Like
it
it's
was
very
very
just
much like a letting go.
literally a cleansing of what you identify as a family at that point. I
Yes.
mean, with the moon not helping, that's just a big fucking yikes.
Yeah.
Lord.
Uh,
Oh
So
man.
I
Which
know,
one?
Hope, you said you've got to go soon.
I
Jupiter, do you
do.
have time to read one more chart with me? Jupe?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Oh
you
yeah,
asking me? I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
was
was about to
I
say
was
that.
asking if you had the time to stick around and do one more person's chart with me, even though she has to go.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right, well, let's give a round of applause for Hope. She did a great job. Especially, she helped a lot with the presentation on Maduro. We worked together on it. It was really fun. So, yeah, yeah. Everyone, see you later, Hope. Have a
God
good
bless you.
one.
Don't hurt nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Jupes. Thanks so much for joining. We'd love for you to keep coming on whenever you have time. This was so much fun. And I'm sure everyone loved you too.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a more open mic kind of stream for your birthday, right? And it's just like there's no presentation. It's just like whoever wants to call in. That could be fun.
Well,
That would be
I
cool.
think that his birthday is. We'll talk about the
Because he
scheduling.
was talking about wanting to do it a couple days before his birthday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Oh, I see.
yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, thanks so much, and yeah, thanks so much for tuning
Of
in,
course.
and we'll have an occult chat next week. So tune in for that as well. And Tony Soprano, my moon's at 1 degree of Aquarius. Just answering that question really quickly, and yeah, I had so much fun. Thanks so much for tuning in, and see you next time. I'm on Twitter at Dear Immortal.
Yeah. Go follow her.
Follow her on Twitter, not
Okay.
X, please.
Yeah. All right, bye guys.
See you.
Okay. I see that we also have. So we're gonna. Oh man, did someone leave? Man, Ranger left. Man, I was just gonna turn you on, Ranger. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? So we've got Fred is in the group. Let's turn her on for a minute. And so is. Hey, Fred. How's it going?
Oh, Fred.
Good. Hi, Jupiter Jack.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, good.
Sounds a little familiar.
So yes, Fred is a what she says DEI coordinator is her title, but
I'm the DEI coordinator. Yeah.
yeah.
Today I'm the DEI coordinator because
we're
woke is
big about
back.
DEI. Yeah, we are. This is the woke podcast, right?
I am the DEI coordinator in real life. My real life work is actually very centered on DEI, and I've done the most to actually push a DEI agenda. So if anybody is anti-DEI, I'm so sorry for you, because the
All
DEI
right.
coordinator is in the chat.
Yeah,
Hi,
my
Pumpkin
Okay.
Spice.
So I'm turning on everyone that's still here at this point, so we can just chat. Hello, everybody.
hello to A and hello to, I can't get all the names, but
Ascendant and Pumpkin Spice.
Ascendant and Pumpkin Spice. Pumpkin Spice Ascendant.
Hey, Pumpkin Spice, how you doing?
How y'all doing?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Nice to meet you, Ascendant.
Okay.
I can hear you guys good.
Sweet.
Perfect. So who are you people? What are your birthdays?
All right.
So they are people that frequently watch and call into the show, both of them. So yeah, I thought that. All right, so Pumpkin Spice, you can go first because I think Ascendant got her chart read on the last stream. So
Okay.
last
I
time we did,
came
I don't
in
know.
late, but I think she was first.
Right. Well, Ascendant, are you there?
Ascendant, can you hear us?
Ascendant, rising sign, Eastern Star.
You
Are you
might
there?
need to tap your microphone. There's like you go back to the little people and then you see your microphone and you can tap it to unmute.
She says her laptop is laggy, so she will have to type. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ascendant. Do you mind if Pumpkin Spice, what did you want to talk about? What you were calling in for?
I want to check and see if I'm gonna have to do a job hunt soon and what my options are gonna be in the future. ACA season is almost over, so I don't know if you've got my chart there, but it's March.
You're gonna tell me again. March
6th, 1992, 8:55 a.m., Mexico City, Mexico.
So when you say ACA, remind me what ACA is again. I'm thinking Affordable Care Act, but I don't think that's what
Yes, that's exactly what it is. We have 5 more days there. I think my contract was extended until January, but it's one of those things.
No, it makes sense.
Let me see. March. It looks different than you. There we go. Yep, that's my chart.
Pumpkin Spice, I love it. I don't know, Alex. Having this 10th house rule in the 12th always gave me something going, some changes going on, some endings coming up,
Yeah.
And I mean, not helping that it's already still swinging over Juno. I mean, it's getting ready to get up out of there. It's going into Aries, but it's still going to be 12 from the ascendant. So part of me is thinking you could benefit from putting in some applications.
Oh boy.
But
oh goodness.
Don't freak out. I mean, that don't mean immediately someone's going to fire you. In worst case, I mean, hey, they didn't fire you, they laid you off. So
I can apply for unemployment or email that MLM boss who's starting his own IMO, as long as I tell him that I know an AI guy in pitch an idea.
Someone that's tried MLMs, please be careful. No.
I know. I know.
Please no.
I know.
You could. I mean, I would think it's some benefit with it all. It's just there could be some doors closing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you're not open in other ways. Talk to me. Sorry.
Yeah,
career doors or what type of doors?
The time period I see as potentially disruptive is August of this year. August, maybe like July leading up to it. But yeah, you're gonna have a Mahadasha switch, and it's that could cause some drama as well. In August, you have there's here we go. Going back to August, there's an
What
eclipse.
house is this?
Hang on.
It's all the houses, pumpkin spice. It's all the houses. Don't worry. No,
Okay.
no, no. I said, freak out now. Listen.
What kind of drama? It's an
Okay,
11th
here we go.
house perfection year. Saturn is going to be the Time Lord.
Oh.
Okay, so this full moon here at the end of July is near your Mars and Saturn conjunction in Aquarius. So if we take this time period and go back 9 months, if this time period has something to do with the job, all right, October. So this is going to be, October 29th, 2025 was this when you first got word about like the job and that it might have to change? Or
Oh,
when you
no.
first heard?
So the job was supposed to be temporary. I know that they're onboarding people permanently as well. I got this job circa August, and it was supposed to end January the 15th. My contract was expanded until the end of January, and then they're having private meetings with people.
Oh, okay. So we're supposed to really
I'm
be there.
family visiting in the summer. That's the only type of drama that I can think of off the top of my head.
Is this something that could possibly be extended further?
The job possibly.
Yeah.
They don't have a head count for off season. I'm hitting my sales goals and QAs, so it's maybe. I just don't know yet what's kind of like in the future. Job wise, if it's going to be a new one, if they're keeping me, or I'd be happy if they kept me until August. I wouldn't care. It'd be time to do other stuff while the phones is slow and watching other things. So that I wouldn't mind. But it's more like having to worry about not having anything right now since I've been too sleep deprived to apply for other jobs and working a hectic schedule like 6 days in a row at like 12 to 12 p.m. sometimes even because these people
That's really
call so late.
Do you work as a part of a team?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we do right now.
You get
It's
along with
like,
them?
well,
Like
we don't.
how's your relationship with the people that you work
Oh,
with?
we don't talk to people all that much. Like I have a couple of my colleagues' phone numbers because I figured how to get them from online. I know that it was first like whoever the training class was, and then the people that are under my trainer and my supervisor. And then I know that they don't bother you if you're doing a good job.
So my
Like,
question to you is, why would you try to get their phone number online? Are you not
oh,
supposed to get their phone number?
oh, no. So it's on Teams. So so there's no like private chats on Teams. So you hover over their profile picture and it gives you their LinkedIn and then essentially their phone number, and then I can shoot them a text anytime I have like any questions. Like with this other lady I know, I was trying to ask her if she knew about private meetings, or anytime I've wanted to talk to a coworker, I get their phone number off of Teams.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what your conundrum is entirely, other than you're kind of worried about like having your contract not renewed. But what I will say is that at this time, you should be a little bit mindful of like how you interact with your coworkers and other people sort of in professional networks, and just sort of be mindful of that behavior a little bit, because what you don't want to do as you look for a contract renewal is alienate people that are in your network and create like unnecessary gossip or even alliances that can come back to like bite you in the face. Like you may not be aware of it. It might just be like mundane behavior that you're engaging in, or ordinary behavior that may not even necessarily be apparent to you. But I think that with this eclipse like happening in your 11th house, this first solar eclipse happening in your 11th house, there's going to be a reset to like your alliances especially with Saturn as your time lord. So you should be thinking
Oh
about
yeah.
that a lot, minimizing gossip in the workplace, minimizing
Oh, I
gossip.
don't really gossip too much with my coworkers. I just ask them if they hear stuff, and then casual talk, like my coworker said that she felt tired, that type of a thing, or saying that she thinks that her boss is ignoring her, and me reinforcing that they don't bother you if you do a bad job, or so and so left. Let's see where they're getting hired in case we need to find a job, that type of a thing. So I don't think we're doing anything particularly problematic or that would get anybody in problems professionally.
So I do see where Fred kind of has that coming with all this Mars action in the 11th house. It's touching a couple things, and then the ruler decides to be in the 12th. The only thing I will say, though, since even though that might not be what you normally deal
Would
with,
it be ex-friends causing me hardship rather than coworkers?
it might not have to be coworkers. I mean, one
It could be
thing that
anybody.
comes up is just because 10th house ruler is Saturn. Saturn plays a role here.
Uh-huh.
But in spite of that, it doesn't have to be coworkers. It could be your friends. It could be your best buddies, your friend groups, like online even. Group chats could get imploded around this time, at least from if we're still talking about, the late January, early February situation, then yeah. It's your Mars return. So that ought to be something. If we're talking reoccurrences, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there might be a significant argument that will come about around that time. But I won't fear monger you. Best thing is just be careful, because I mean, be careful the conversations you have with certain people, because sometimes people will still try to twist and turn that shit and play telephone. They'll tell somebody thinking that shit's honest, and then it starts sparking another problem. So I mean, it right now, I mean, that's not to tell you do nothing different. Just be careful. That's it. But I'm assuming that might have been where Fred was coming from.
You're a social and friendly person. You like people. People like you. You are like a lovely, like easygoing, like nice, non-judgmental person. This is clear from all of these.
I don't know if that's the case. I know that a couple of people don't like me. You know how the climate has been right now. If you don't agree with certain people on all of their points of view, whether they're left or right leaning, they hate you.
Hey,
well, I mean, I would know that more than anybody else as a DEI coordinator. As a well-paid DEI coordinator.
This feels like an Astro HR chat right now. Just so
Yeah. The DI coordinator is stealing all of my money. It's terrible. I need to fire her. It's not working.
Oh no, Fred, you're stealing all his money.
Yeah, I'm stealing all his money. No, Pumpkin Spice, nothing to worry about.
I should never have hired an Asian woman as my DEI coordinator. I should have gone for a black guy.
Yeah, you want to replace me, Dr. Jack?
What type of person
I don't know, Fred.
would I have to worry about?
Oh, what's up?
What type of person would I have to worry about?
Well,
so I actually, so I'm gonna do a dissenting opinion here, and I'm gonna say that this full moon here at the beginning of February could actually be unexpected good news. And you could actually they may make you an offer or some kind of agreement you may enter into around here. I could see it because it's a lot of second house, Uranus, Venus stuff. I don't think it's going to be bad. I think because you're expecting it to fall through, the unexpected thing would be that they give you a different position that's like more permanent. So I think that at the end of this month, you could get some good news, and they might actually offer you a different role that's like not a temporary one.
I know. I just don't want a job hunt in this economy.
Listen. I hear you on that. But shit, ain't nothing wrong with throwing your heads in the ring. That way the hunt don't be too long. You want to stay ready so that way you ain't got to get ready,
I know. And then the other thing I was almost expecting Alex to tell me was that I was going to get Trump Epstein Yowie on my birthday, since isn't the eclipse around the 3rd? My birthday is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the 6th.
Few days
Did you
later,
just say?
yeah.
Did you just say what I think she said? Trump Epstein
Yeah,
Yowie?
Yowie. Yes,
Oh,
that
brother.
is
So
what I said. So just
there was like that Epstein emails that were released where it said that, Trump was blowing Bubba, and everyone knows Bubba is a nickname for Clinton. And so everyone was speculating that Clinton got sucked off by Trump, and there's blackmail pictures of it. So I made a post on Twitter where I predicted that we would get more Trump, Epstein, Clinton updates around the lunar eclipse at the beginning of March. So, yeah, that is something I've gone on record with.
That's
Hopefully, I'm
actually
right.
coming sooner than that, though. That's probably going to come in the next couple of weeks.
oh, okay. So it's not until the eclipse. So
They're just gonna. It's
things are
going
going
to
to
be
be decent in February, and then towards August, I need to be careful of people, or more careful of people than usually.
not more careful. I mean, when you have like those transits across your 11th house, the 11th house is actually the house of hidden enemies. So think of it like that. You don't have to be careful.
Can you say that
Don't
again, please?
like it's not catastrophe that's coming for you.
Mhm.
It's not a catastrophic situation isn't like coming your way. It's just that
Okay.
sometimes like there can be misunderstandings, there can be gossip, there can be people, kind of like Jupiter Jack said, a game of telephone.
Ah,
Mercury's heading that way too, so I'm keeping that in mind.
Jupiter Jack's
Once you
making
said
plans for the night.
Jupiter Jack's doing what tonight?
Are you making plans? Are you hanging
me?
out in your car?
Oh shoot! Funny you said that. Yeah, I do have plans. They're getting a little bit pushed up. Had a hell of a morning, turned afternoon, but the
Okay.
goal is to work a little bit, and then I'm gonna go celebrate some cousins' birthdays.
Great. Happy
That
birthday.
sounds fun.
Happy birthday, Capricorn cousin.
Thank you, thank you. Wait a minute, Fred. You a Capricorn?
Happy birthday.
I have a Capricorn moon. I am not a Capricorn, but I do well with Capricorns.
Oh, good.
And I do well, especially with Capricorns during Capricorn season, and especially when Capricorn is so locked in as it is now. So I've been very locked in this week.
I like how you said that. So I too am a Capricorn. Hello.
Hello.
Capricorn stellium at that.
Love that. Love that.
So we need this. I need the same energy in a week when the day is not the 18th, please.
I will, yes. Well, I mean, the 18th is a challenging day. It's a challenging week, We're heading into some challenging astrology for the week, but it's going to be all right. My advice to everybody on this call is say less. Hold your cards close. Say less.
What? Is actually what I said when you said that.
Huh?
Oh yeah. This week is definitely going to be chaotic. It's the last week of open enrollment, and they did not extend the COVID advance premium tax credit. So a lot of people are going to be panicking because all of their insurance is going to be very, very, very expensive. And it'll not be pretty. It'll not be pretty.
But we knew this. They voted for him. So.
That's all you're gonna
Oh,
that shit.
some people think that Trump is going to put the credits back. It was one of the calls that I had. Most people are reasonably angry. Like even the people in Georgia too. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the only people who wanted to extend the tax credit there. But for the most part, their legislators really, really let them down.
That's how it works. I mean, they extended for 3 years. I think the Republicans broke with Democrats. There were 8 Republicans who broke with Democrats to extend ACA coverage for 3 years. But again, those carve-outs that are also a part of like that extension. So
it's just so sad. The state of things is so sad and depressing because it's like we shouldn't even have the ACA. This is like Mitt Romney care. This is the Republican solution they did in Massachusetts that's been adapted. I mean, we should have had like, single payer, something like that, some kind of, universal health care, but instead
Or
the
the public option.
issue is like, all right, they're gonna cut the scraps that they've given us and we're gonna make that even worse. And it's like, I don't know. It's just so undignified. The fact that medicine is a for-profit industry is just like, I don't know. It seems to me it's just disgusting, right? You should not use medicine should not be a vehicle for making profit. But yeah,
Now
that's
you
my
sound like Fidel Castro's like nephew. This is
yeah. I don't know why everyone accuses me of being right winger when like most of the shit I say is like fucking not, but it's more like I mean, like, I like Gaddafi. Gaddafi was cool, you know. He at least he like educated people. Castro did that too. Literacy rate went way
great.
up.
Love Castro. Gaddafi gave married couples $50,000 and a home, and then we had to go in and take the water. So, but we're not going to open that can of worms now because
All
it's
right,
getting.
so yeah, getting back to the astrology. So Ascendant, we've got her chart pulled up. She's commenting. So she says, I'm a PhD student, honestly kind of bored of it. Inner dream would be to be a singer slash musician. I used to do music, but I don't know, it didn't work out. Now I take singing as a hobby, but I'd love to perform more, but I'm definitely not a natural, I think.
Oh,
You
have a nice chart, nicely balanced chart.
No,
You've got,
retrograde Virgo, Mercury ruling the 1st and the 10th houses.
Exactly. Right there in the 10th. Lovely.
Which could speak to, the taking the time to really get into what they want to do in life. I mean, PhD, you got one thing unlocked. That's a beautiful way to just open some doors. So don't hate yourself for that. But so she's trying to figure out how to become a singer. See, Jupiter's in the 5th house. I'm sitting here like homegirl. If you don't get up on that stage and stop playing in my face.
Yeah, do it. Mercury in the 10th, you're a natural communicator, And even if you even if you don't like love your job, like don't hold back and like don't hold back. Like say more, not say less, say more. And
say a lot.
Yeah, you can say a lot more.
You might do pretty well in the in any form of entertainment, I would think. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit to get there, so definitely get your trainings in. But like once you lock in, you can clock in.
Yeah, I would say that I know that a lot of people, I know that it's like yes, you should follow your dreams, you should pursue what fulfills you and all of that stuff. But also, if you're in an advanced like terminal degree program, like a PhD or a JD or any other kind of terminal degree program, if you start it and then drop out, it can create some ripple effects in your life that are not good. And most of the people that I know that went to graduate school and then dropped out and didn't finish, that unfinished graduate program kind of haunts them. And they, a lot of times, either there's loans or bad shit from it that comes around, or they just are always kind of embittered by the fact that they didn't achieve it and they'd set out for that. So I would think carefully before doing anything like dropping out of the PhD program. I know it's like the sunk cost fallacy, but a lot of times with this kind of stuff, it is better to see it through, especially if you're more than halfway through already. She also says, I think I'm good at music in terms of skill, just like star power kind of stuff. My confidence / self-esteem, I think I struggle taking up space. I'm more reserved.
I mean, you have Sun in the 2nd house, so the Sun is in detriment in the 2nd house. But your natural inclination is to really like, you are a Libra Sun, so you are going to really like love, song and poetry and beautiful things and, perfume and, cosmetics and lovely fabrics and all of the things that are associated with like just having your Sun in Libra. And so there's a little bit of like a struggle there, having your Sun in detriment. So I think, that might be contributing to some of the struggle, but you can work on that.
Don't forget though, there are a lot of like well-known Libras in the music industry, or I'll say the industry of performance, for lack of a better term, too. So like that can be easily overcome, and it'll lead me into my next point, which is maybe, just maybe, you might have to find the right people to partner with. You might need to start, and I'm saying this because it's a social house that I'm like, how can I put this? Fifth house Jupiter that I was talking about with you is ruling your seventh house, and it's ruling your moon. Since the seventh house is a social house, I'm thinking you might just need to get around the right people that can actually nourish that. Now, with that, Alex has a point. Don't get about that PhD too quick. You never know. The haunting can be a thing. You hate to drop one, not get both. When one is already, burn the hand is worth two in the bush. That's what it put that. I didn't catch it. You were still in the program either, so pardon me there. Still wrap it up, but you can still use that as a catalyst to help fund what you want to do next. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is either, but I mean, hey, something to keep in mind. Huh?
Or it could just be like a hobby, like it could be an outlet. It could be, like to your point about like finding collaborators, maybe finding some collaborators and starting a band and like being able to practice with the band so that you can sing or like, I mean, whatever it takes, right? Like, I think it could really be a form of therapy for you. Like it could be a therapeutic sort of experience, almost like a spiritual experience for you. And then maybe in doing that, just as a practice, you'll feel more balance in your life and you won't feel like you're actually like suppressing like your gifts or like your desires or your passions. Just the act of actually doing and taking action.
Indeed. And just take the time. Take the time to knock it on down. To accentuate what Fred is bringing up, I mean, you do have Jupiter in its own face of Capricorn, if you were to use like old school deacon tactics. So it's like the growth is going to be gradual. Like it's going to take its time. So you definitely want to just continue nurturing this community that can really get you in that direction. So you could do that while being in your PhD program. Like once you take time off, it's like, all right, that's it. Let's go to the singing group. Let's go to the dancing group. Let's go to the acting group. I don't know what you want to do, if you want to be a mogul or not, but like do something for yourself that's gonna actually invest in it. Something that don't have to feel like work because you love
it. Do you play percussion instruments, Ascendant? Like anything, violin, she says. Okay. Stringed instrument. That would be my second guess.
That's something. So that's probably, I'm assuming that's what she wants to perform with, is the violin. You can definitely like.
She wants to sing.
Orchestra.
Yeah, the problem with the singing, you've got that Rahu in the second house, which may cause problems with the voice. Have you ever had any kind of voice or mouth issues? It may just even be like saying the wrong thing at the wrong time or feeling. She says no mouth or throat issues. Okay, that's good. She says, sometimes I feel people, if I say something, people get mad. Yeah, a lot of times Rahu in the second can be pissing other people off with what you say.
I mean, the good thing about having K2 in the 8th is that you actually don't really care about money that much, which is fantastic. So I love that for you. You're not like, you're in like your PhD program because you're genuinely interested in the topics. Like you are actually committed to like learning. You really like to learn. And it isn't so much that you're in a PhD program because you think you're going to get like tenure and have like huge amounts of money. With the South Node in the 8th house, you're not materialistic in that way at all, or even really driven by, the notion of chasing riches.
So, yeah. I think that the Mars retrograde at the end of 2026 and first part of 2027 could be eventful for you because the Mars is going to station retrograde at 10 degrees of Virgo, and then it's going to retrograde back and station direct right on your Venus. And so it's involving, like, Venus is very artistic, associated with music. Mercury and Venus are the combination that make music. So, I mean, I could see maybe you going back to and devoting more to working on Venusian type themes like creativity and expression when we get to the end of the year and we get Mars shadow and then retrograde. So I don't know. I'm thinking maybe you'll start to develop that more this fall and then the winter of next year. She says thank you. Okay, well, I guess she says, do you think I will find love? Eclipse on my Venus, August 12th.
Eclipse Venus, August 12th. If you want to, you start right there. But
yeah, that's what I always tell people in reading shoot, but it's like, well, it depends on how bad you want to find it.
exactly, like this shit. If you're gonna stay in the house, how are you gonna find love up in there? Ain't nobody in there but you. So I mean, look, if you go outside and then the eclipse happens to be in your seventh house, you might find a good person around you. It could manifest in a marriage, it could manifest in a business partner, it could
So
manifest in different ways, you know. But um, go ahead, Alex. I could ramble, so go
no,
ahead.
it's fine. She's saying, my self-esteem sucks. No one ever crushes on me, but I do think I'm pretty. They don't see it, or I just don't get approached. Guys always fuck me over with other girls. So I do think you probably are pretty, especially just based on that Venus rising and being far away from the sun. You probably are pretty. I think probably what's causing people to take advantage of you is the low self-perception, right? Like when you don't see yourself as valuable, other people don't either, and it makes it a lot easier for people to just, you know, do whatever they want.
And with that, you'll be surprised how many motherfuckers will be crushing on you. You ain't even know it. There'll be so
Yeah,
many people
or
that just like you're not talking to them about like how you feel about them. They're not really approaching you either. They trying to play chess like you playing checkers. You know. So you got to keep that in mind. Like they fuck the ones that are fucking you over. Like sweep them under the rug and make sure you understand exactly how to not get that energy around you again. It could include also not being so open to the
yeah, I was
relationships.
just about to say that because she says I asked them out and they end up delaying slash canceling slash rejecting me. I would say maybe don't ask the men out, but like just make it really obvious that they should ask you out, right? Try and do that because I don't know. Especially, I mean, you're like you're 30, so I mean, guys should be more mature at your age. I don't know what the problem is,
I
honestly.
mean, with in 30s though, I mean, some are still big kids. Some though, like with some men, I mean, I had a point I was just gonna make with her, and I don't know why it just flew me. Maybe it wasn't meant to be said out loud. Point being, yeah, her being in her 30s ain't gonna, I ain't gonna hold you. I don't think it always helps. I think the dating pool is a little bit different these days.
Mm,
Like now she's always in school if she's not at work. So where's she about to find this love of her life? She gotta find time for herself. You know, kind of like how and I'm still sick that Pumpkin Spice bounced. Like how she mentioned she's so tired because she's too tired to put in applications elsewhere. Some people are like that with dating also. What
so she
like
says, I take tennis classes, singing classes, I go to the beach, I go to Pilates, I try to be friendly with classmates. Tennis classes are fun, but I've never met cute people there. They're all really weird. I don't know. Fred, do you have any advice for her about where to meet men? I don't know. I mean, that's
I mean, I
I'm
don't think
out
you're
of
gonna
that game right now. I'm not doing that anymore. So I don't
I
know.
don't
You have
think
any
you're gonna
advice?
meet them at tennis classes. I think you're probably gonna meet them, like, at a coffee shop, right? Like, I think you're gonna meet them you probably have a very pretty face, you know? I think I see those pretty placement privileges all over your chart. And also, I've actually never met a Libra sun who was, like, not pretty, to be honest. I literally have never met a Libra sun in my life. Being a Taurus sun myself who also has pretty privilege. Us Venusians, we know that we
ah
gotta keep our faces tight and right.
there
So I think you're probably really attractive, and you're not gonna meet them at tennis class. I think you should, go to coffee shops, go to places where there are, cute boys. Where are they? Maybe they're at not at Pilates class. You go to Pilates class so that you can go to the coffee shop or the bar or wherever the cute boys are, so they can notice that you're like a reformer girly, right? Like, so you have to like actually go where the boys are, where the cute boys are, or just like make yourself a little profile on Hinge. Take that photo, like make that selfie happen, and like on Hinge and watch the responses come in and schedule those coffees, right? That's how you do it. If you're 30 and you're pretty and you're smart with all those credentials, make yourself that Hinge profile and watch it come in. And then you can then decide whether or not they're worth like meeting for coffee or dinner. That's my advice to you as an older woman who definitely did not have a problem in her 30s getting, or even really in her early 50s getting men. Because you do have to be proactive.
I mean, there's also always the classic advice of like lower your standards just to get some experience, and then you won't have like the juju, right? Of like freaking yourself, psyching yourself out if you just like,
Don't tell her to lower standards, Alex. That is not good advice. Do not lower your standards. You are a Libra queen. Do not lower
you send somebody else up for another heartbreak.
Yes. Don't do that. Just take a series of photos and get on Hinge or Raya or something.
On a more serious note too, and on the astro tip, Alex, it's funny you said that. Ascendant, be careful with that advice because she got fucking fifth house ruler in the eighth. And this sounds very that coded, okay? Like I'm like, the dating scene probably gonna be a little bit difficult, and it's not helping that the fifth house placement in question rules the seventh. I mean, my advice, man, is like, don't chase, attract. That was what I was trying to tell you earlier.
Yeah.
For God's sake. You do
not have
to
go ahead, sorry.
I was about to be like, I'm gonna be black for a second. You ain't got to
do it.
Like, please. Let them come to you. You are a Libra. I need you to start doing that a lot more. Okay. Give them the dream. Look, use your Libra and your Pisces energy to show them exactly why the fuck any man would go crazy over you if they have their right fucking mind.
That's absolutely true. I'm not going to disagree with Jupiter Jack there, because I do that even still as a person who's not even looking for a man.
Yeah. I will say that this Mars here in Leo rising before Venus is going to masculinize Venus in some way, and it's going to make the Venus expression more harsh. So this could be good for you in the fact that it can enable you to practice a lot, like with music or some other kind of artistic expression. You'll be very dedicated in that sense, but it will hurt you in the fact that Mars is also going to masculinize Venus in your like beauty and like sexual expression. And so men are going to see you as aggressive and pursuing them, or being taking on a more masculine role. Like you're going to, so unless you want a submissive guy, right, then I would suggest changing up and not letting that Venus run away and be too masculine and too seeking, right? Be more receptive. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I can rock with that.
I think, yeah, this is all good advice, but I still think that like you're going to really improve your odds if you join like a dating service. I think that like, especially if you're 30 years old right now, you're young enough to really make that work for you in your favor. Look at Zoran Mamdani. He found his wife. She's extremely hot.
What I'm saying.
Libra.
Here's what I'm saying. They met each other online?
Yeah, they met on Hinge. It's like a whole thing.
Oh, they did. I remember now.
They met on Hinge. There's like memes of her swiping, like the moment she swiped on him, you know?
You know what? With that, here's what I'm going to say. That could work, not on the date we got. That can work. The reason why Ascendant is because you have the 11th house ruler in the 7th. 11th house is group chats. 11th house is the internet. I could actually see that playing out for you. I don't know if Mondani has that, but that would be interesting. Alex, what I was telling Ascendant when you had crashed out was Fred might be onto something simply because the 11th house ruler is in the 7th. So like going on the internet might help. And this could also simply be, Alex might have said, like, lower your standards. You might just want to go against the grain, in a sense. Like, go out further. It might not be in your general area for all we know. And she does have Scorpio third house, so I wouldn't be
Sure.
surprised. Yeah, I know another
Well,
Virgo rising.
a protest.
Huh?
You could join a protest. You could go to a protest this weekend and meet the love of your life. You know, I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
go to where the crowds are. Go to where the crowds are.
There
Improve
you
your
go.
odds.
Go where the crowds are.
Go where the crowds are. Improve your odds.
And thankfully, you're not like my friend who had a similar makeup, but they had Mars in the 11th and Saturn in the 7th. Had a little long time before they got to the love of their current life. You might just want to go ahead and shoot your shot. Just not on August 12th. It closed the app a little bit, I would say. Mars in the 11th, I wouldn't go for.
I have Mars in the 11th, but I also have Saturn in the 11th. And I love crowds. I love going to crowds, and I love getting what I need from those crowds. Alex will tell you. I'm
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess my final thing on the eclipse, I don't know as if the solar eclipse is going to be you meeting somebody. I feel like it might be the beginning of a new era for you in terms of Venus related things. And the period you're going into starting at the fall of this year is going to be a period that is defined by like hard work and like overcoming obstacles and also distances and separations. And so I think that if you do meet somebody in the second half of 2026 or 2027, it will be somebody that is far away from you, maybe a long distance type of relationship. You do have Venus in the 12th that can oftentimes indicate getting married to someone that's from a foreign land or foreign country, different background than you. So I don't know. I think that if something does develop after that eclipse, it may well be long distance. But it also could be nothing. I don't know. I need to look in further, examine all of your stuff to be sure. But I have to look at a bunch of other techniques. But just from a 20,000 foot perspective, yeah.
I will say though,
very well said.
As someone who's also having this first eclipse like hit my 7th house, definitely when eclipses like hit your 7th, something stops or something ends. You know, and for me, it's definitely not like a romantic relationship, but it is absolutely the beginning of new professional collaborations and business partnerships. It's like very clear to me that that's happening. And like when an eclipse like activates an angular house, it is very potent. Alex and I were just talking about this like last night. So something's going to happen. I don't know what it is for you when that eclipse happens in August, but it'll definitely like activate that house and all of the topics and themes that like are that house really like present and express, you'll experience. And so I would really kind of brace yourself for change and transformation.
Yeah, because I think change and transformation is the right thing because you've also got Jupiter in the 12th conjunct your Mars. Like this Jupiter through your 12th is going to illuminate a lot of things you don't see, right? And so there's going to be a lot of growth that happens. And I think that like perhaps the reason why you're not in a relationship yet is because you haven't got yourself in the position where you can do well in a relationship. And maybe this transit will show you what you need to work on.
Exactly.
Yeah, she says, oh yeah, most of my crushes have been foreign. She says, do you think Jupiter in my 12th house will worsen my depression or will it fix me? I think it will lead to insight. I mean, Hope left, but she could talk about how Jupiter in Cancer in her 12th house has been a lot of growth.
I mean, that's me too, Alex. We have the same chart, by the way.
Right. Oh, well, then maybe you want to say something about it.
So I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. I think that first of all, I'm sorry to hear that you're depressed, and second of all, I hope that this stream will help you kind of work through some of like the topics that are actually like front and center in your mind that is causing this depression. And I want to speak a little bit about Jupiter through the 12th house in my chart. Hope and I actually share a very similar chart. For me, this year has been a year of enormous growth. I've actually been not as social this year as I normally am. I'm usually a very, very social creature, and I love to go out. I love to not be home. I love moving around. I love, going to work out. I love shopping and seeing people and going to dinners. And I've really curbed a lot of that behavior this year because I needed to sort of get good with being alone and kind of process how I actually function alone and what I should be doing and how I should be applying myself and what I should be learning. And so I think, advanced my skill set in a lot of subject areas that I think will be very useful for me in the coming year. And I think for you, I think that there's probably an interest in the occult, in metaphysics, in astrology, in in the arts and poetry. There are all these things that like you're interested in, and I think you think about like singing as like the therapy. You love music, but really what it is that you're also just so interested in all of these other sort of mysterious subjects that are mysterious to you now, but may not be mysterious to you after this year, and certainly not after that eclipse that happens for you in August. I think you'll meet a lot of or you'll at least make an effort to meet more people to help you develop some of those curiosities, and I think that's what I think. So
awesome. She says, "Thank you, Fred." Jupiter's just dropped out, but we've been going about almost 4 hours now, so I think we may wrap up here. Is there any parting thoughts anyone wants to give?
Did we want to talk?
Wait, she wants to ask one last thing. Let's let her ask one more thing. Saturn return.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, your Saturn return is coming up. Yeah, we can hear you, Jupiter.
Oh shit! I was about to say, okay.
You're a bit crackly with the audio, though.
Yeah.
Are you in a parking lot?
Yeah, I'm in a parking lot right now. I'm about to go put some gas in my car.
Nice.
Somewhat nice. It's freezing out here. It's annoying. But
Ascendant, what's your question? What's your question?
What was the question again?
She's asking about her Saturn return. All right, so here, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that this period of time, July 2025, this would be the time when the Saturn return energy is going to be at its peak, right? And so the typical things you'll hear about Saturn return with like increase in responsibilities, isolation, having to grow up, having to reckon with yourself, all of those stereotypical Saturn return things we hear. I feel like you would have been dealing with them a lot in July of 2025. Is that the case? She's typing. She says, "You know what's funny? I felt nothing during July 2025."
Heavy on it. Well, the main thing
I mean, with the Saturn return and sort of the increased likelihood of feeling isolated, you can kind of get ahead of that by, taking some of the advice that we've given you on this call to heart, and then maybe like actually like leaning in, whether that's like starting a Hinge profile or going to the cafe to like look for cute boys, or really even like learning astrology, taking it much more seriously, by reading more about astrology or like engaging more with astrology content. I think will be something that will help you as you enter your return, as well as having Jupiter transit your 12th. That would be my advice. Astrology is awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. She says, "I've been a loner my whole life, to be honest. I don't have friends, sadly. I want to learn more about Astro. If you want to learn more, send me an email or a DM. I'll send you a bunch of Astro books."
Yeah. You can listen to some great YouTubers who produce content more regularly than Alex, although I think Alex will likely be ramping up his content production as well. There are lots of folks you should follow on Twitter, lots of books that you can read. Alex can recommend some to you.
Yeah. She says, if nothing happened that summer during Saturn and Aries transit, is that a good sign? I would say yes, that is a good sign that the Saturn return is probably going to be neutral or beneficial for you.
Yeah. I could see that for sure. My only little thing I'll pitch in, just keep an eye on your debt, if you have any. Make sure everything is aligned, because that can be a good time to wake you up.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah. Like, speaking of my own experiences, that was when, like, I guess everybody and their mom's car insurance decided to go up another $100, and like that, I'm saying, like, I just got this policy, and now y'all want to up me? Who the fuck do y'all think y'all are? Along with other debts that I really do not want to discuss. But watch where you get a credit card from, guys. Just be careful. It's an Aries, so I don't anticipate too much. It could even be something that might be easy to solve because it's not like long lasting. So that's my little 2 cents on that. And nothing much else that can be, even though it's meant to be something profound because it's eighth house. Uh, I'd honestly, and everything in terms of your possessions and others are well aligned.
I think the final thing that I would say is that like you do have a stellium in your fourth house, and I think that that does actually contribute to your restlessness, and that restlessness I think also feeds into your sense of like feeling isolated and introverted. So I think that I don't really know what the remedy is for that because I am like the opposite of that, but I understand it and I see it like very clearly. I think that again, you really should tune into like, taking action. Don't actually feel restless. Actually, like take action. If you want to do something, just do it. If you want to say something, just say it. If you want to sing a song, sing it. And if you want to learn something, go ahead and learn it and don't be ashamed of like learning. Don't like stop yourself from like actually leaning into things that may not feel so conventional that are not conventional, for instance. Like actually lean in and lean in hard is what I would say.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. There was something like you can use astrology, you can use anything to learn astrology. So here, for example, something we were talking about was recurrence transit. Hope mentioned them several times on this stream, right? And one thing you can do, so here's there's a chart for, there's a streamer called I Show Speed, right? And he's very popular, and he's been getting a lot more popular recently. Like right now, he's in Africa, like racing cheetahs for content, shit like that. Just doing like the most crazy shit. And I'm trying to get his chart so I can pull it up. I had it before.
His birthday coming up too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to find it. Where is it? I just had it before. All right, so he's.
See if I can pull it up for you.
Okay, here we go.
All right, you got it.
Sorry, this demonstration will be worth it.
Okay.
But
Him being Leo rising makes so much damn sense.
I'm a Leo rising.
Oh, who just
Me.
said that?
Fred, DEI coordinator.
Oh, well, hello.
Hello.
all right, so
All the Leo energy.
he did this stunt with the cheetahs a few days ago, right? So if we go back in time,
Oh my god.
like here, so yeah, he was racing a cheetah, and then it like scratched him after live on stream. Went up and tried to attack him. So he's got this Venus Mercury conjunction here, at 15, 17 degrees of Capricorn. This big conjunction here between Mars, Venus, and the Sun, and Mercury's down here as well. This is so Venus and Mercury conjunct makes performers, artists, people on stage, musicians, things like that, especially when they are in the sixth or fifth house, according to Firmicus Maternus. And so here we're seeing like this conjunction, which is his artistic signature, getting lit up by this big triple conjunction here at the same time that he's going viral and getting more and more followers. I mean, I Show Speed is now here he is. I'll show a picture of him. He's now being mentioned like alongside people like Kai Cenat and Aiden Ross and other people like that as like some of the biggest streamers around. So, he's like ascending right now in popularity, and we can see the thing in his chart that we would associate with his artistic endeavors is getting activated in the transits on the same day he goes viral for racing cheetahs. I don't know. I just think anything you're interested in, you can apply it to astrology, right? Like I like celebrities and stupid internet drama and streamers and all this stupid bullshit, right? But I can learn astrology by looking at their rise and fall and the dramas that they're in. So yeah, it's really easy. You can apply it to anything. Does anyone, Jupiter, did you have anything you wanted to say about Speed and his chart and like what he's going through right now, transit-wise?
Am I seeing Mars on that descendant right now? Wait,
Yeah.
no, this is.
Or almost, it will be soon. It's coming up soon.
Okay.
Well, he's definitely going to be like he will definitely, and at some point, feel like the heat of like. I'm not sure what he's done, but he's not like done everything like above board. So he, as he's
full moon on his Neptune coming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's probably going to be entangled in some legal trouble. I couldn't really say when that will be, but it's definitely upcoming. From I personally am a big fan of him. I think it's great that he went to China last year and met all these people and did all of his tricks. He definitely is a role model for young people, more so than I would say some of those other streamers. But something's good.
I mean, he's definitely less of a degenerate freak than a lot of the other streamers. I'll say that. He also seems to have insane discipline and work ethic. And, a lot of people, when they're at the top of their streaming game, they'll get lazy and they'll just do a bunch of like react streams or collabs or stuff like that. This guy's going to fucking Africa to race cheetahs for content. Yeah. I mean, that's dedication, right? That is dedication. Yeah. I like him too. I think he's really funny. I think that he's always clipped with these reaction gifs people post. I mean, and it's good that he is not, because a lot of these streamers, they'll just, when they get their public persona, then they'll just like use it for their own self-indulgence and they don't really care about all the kids looking up to them. It at least seems like he is more concerned about that. I feel like Speed wants to be seen as a positive figure, right? That he doesn't want to be this like, some like so many streamers are very divisive and negative figures. I feel like he wants to be positive.
Well, what he also wants to do and what he's actually fated to do is actually be a person who breaks like down the walls. He's like a breaker downer of like barriers, artificial cultural barriers. That's who he is. Like that's actually expressed clearly in his chart. He is someone who is definitely positioned to do much more of that in the coming year, especially after these eclipses. He's definitely going to be doing more and more. He'll be more famous than some of these other streamers precisely because he's actually going to these like far-flung places and like showing that we're all just the same,
Well, yes, I agree with that, Winnie. And I also think that his travels to all these countries all over the world are going to, they're going to widen his perspective, right? And they're going to teach him things. Like I saw this clip of Speed. He's in Botswana, and he's talking to this guy, and then he learns that he's at the mall trying to buy like a chain or something like that. And then he learns that even though Botswana produces insane amounts of diamonds, that there's regulations there that they've signed over to where they can't even sell their own diamonds that are mined in their country in that country. And the diamond market in Botswana is one of the worst in the world. And this is a result of colonial business practices. And Speed is like learning this on stream, like as he's talking to this guy, and you can see the gears turning in his head, and he's like realizing things, and he's like, oh shit, right? And so I think that this world tour that he's doing streaming is going to open his mind and to the world, and like he's going to see
exactly
things, and then he may decide that with his platform he wants to do something to call attention to issues he sees as important. I think he could potentially be a very important cultural figure going forward.
But he actually already is. That's
he is, but I think he could. I don't think that his rise is over yet, because a lot of these streamers and top out, and all they'll ever be is some streamer in some niche corner of the internet. I think Speed has the potential to escape that and become like a broader cultural figure in the sense of like, someone that it's not just online, but captures everyone.
He's going to piss people off, though. He's going to piss powerful people off soon, though, if he hasn't already. And the thing is, but his chart is actually he has a very powerful chart, a very sort of faded chart. He's going to piss people off, though, because he's a person who is, he's not like someone who is going to consent. He's not like a person whose like life is going to be evolve in a way that really kind of that adheres to like the rules. He's just like out there in the world, moving really, really fast, learning really fast, and then sharing that knowledge also. So that's who he is, and I think it's great.
We're seeing all this in real time. The one thing I was gonna say is he is maturing as we go. Like you see it with every step he takes. Like he definitely is not the same Speed I saw a year or two ago. As chaotic as he was, like he's not as childish as he used to be. He's still very young at that. Because, what is his exact age? I think he's like just getting out of the teens.
21.
If I'm not mistaken.
21.
I think he's just getting out of his teens, but he's
no, he's 21.
Yeah,
he's 21 now.
He's gonna turn 21. Actually, he's going to turn 21 in 11 days. Actually,
he's an Aquarius.
No, indeed. So yeah,
that's crazy that he's not even 21 yet. Wow.
He just has a crazy chart. There's actually so much in the transits that I can't even. It's actually kind of giving me a headache. It's like making me feel a little bit overwhelmed. I like that you were like studying his chart in secret, Alex.
What did you say?
I like that you were studying his chart in secret.
Oh yeah. No, this is what I do when no one's talking to me. Is I'll just look up random internet celebrities' charts and go down rabbit holes. Whenever someone goes viral, I always try and check their chart. And I saw him going viral for this cheetah stunt, and I watched the cheetah video. It's crazy, and he does actually put up a pretty good race with the cheetah. Like he almost won. So it's crazy. Also, another thing with him. So this is one of the few things in astrology that's been statistically validated. Michel Goncoulon validated it. So he showed that when Mars was in a close aspect to Jupiter, and one of them was on an angle, then the person would be a lot more athletic and muscular, and their physicality would be heightened. Jupiter is sextile Mars here to the degree, and Jupiter is on the angle, the IC. And then if we want to look at, I'll pull up a picture of him. I mean, he is pretty athletic. He's like racing cheetahs. He's working out a ton. I mean, he's pretty athletic, more so than most people. So that's another thing in his chart. Also, Neptune is frequently associated with people that are on screen. and have pictures taken of them, videos taken of them. And when Neptune is prominent in the chart, that can help. Here, Neptune is like trine his Jupiter, and it's also right on his descendant. So, yeah, his chart is yeah, and I honestly think he may try to do music or be a rapper or something like that. I would so not be surprised if he decides to start rapping or something like that. I feel like he might try and transition into music with his chart.
I don't know. I think he's much more I think he's like actually much more interested in like learning about different cultures. Like I genuinely think that there's an interest there. Like he really, I think you discovered him during the cheetah racing, but I had already known of him because
Oh
he.
no, I knew who this guy was. I've been following him for a couple of years since he first blew up. But you know,
But
I said I looked up his chart because he went viral, and I wanted to see if anything was getting activated.
oh, I mean, for me, his chart was his activity and his like presence was distinguished to me because obviously, like in the work that I do as DEI coordinator, I am like tracking very closely like what's happening with like the propaganda that the Chinese state is like creating. And he was the first influencer to go to China and become like viral in China. And actually in China, he is a celebrity because of like the 3 months that he spent in China. And he really, you know, if you think about like how he has how he's actually already been seen by 6.6 billion or 6.6 billion streams. I'm not sure what the data point is. It's 6.6 billion streams. He really, as a one-man force, exported like culture through his eyes to young American audiences. And I think like when I say that like it's troubling for people who actually are like US state propaganda makers, he's like actually the antidote to that. He did that. And I think that TikTokers and young people who are, you know, Xennials or Gen Alpha, they love him and they know his work and they follow his work. And through his travels, they see a different world, a world that they will not accept through like the conventional narratives of what other cultures are. And so that is why he's like a somewhat controversial figure. If you're a person who actually wields any type of influence or power in like politics, you understand that he is actually a very controversial, if not dangerous figure, which is why a lot of US think tanks have actually written like papers about him, you know, like the Lowy Institute, like there have been a number of like United States think tanks that have been actually tracking his rise because he was the first person to make it over there. And it wasn't really a part of any type of op, although the Chinese state saw an opportunity and did actually exploit that by allowing him free access. I mean, he was able to film anything and everything. He had no, you know, he had no minders. Nobody told him he couldn't do anything. And he created like hundreds of hours of content, which he shared on his channel and on stream. And that content was consumed not just by young Americans, but by young people all over the world. So he's definitely a very, very interesting figure in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, so if I was, you know, the controllers or whatever, the guy sitting in a think tank, right, writing a paper on speed, the thing that would concern me about him is that he's just like very tenacious, right?
And intellectually curious.
Well, he just doesn't give up, right? Like he got his start doing like NBA video game streams where he's playing basketball, and you know, I think he did, or it was some kind of niche video game scene, and he just like kept trying it, and then kept trying other things to break out of it. He just like he had like a long period of time where he was not getting much reaction at all, but he did it every single day. Like that was the thing that stood out to me when I was like looking at his rise, is that he just streamed every single day for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
No matter what, right? And so he's tenacious. He won't give up, and that is a dangerous person.
No.
A person that won't give up.
Don't say that he's dangerous. Just say that he's Saturnian. Don't say that he's dangerous. He's disciplined. He's disciplined and he's intellectually curious. He's not dangerous. This is why he's not going to be a rapper, because rapping is like not powerful to him. He already knows what he's already got a pretty like fleshed out analysis of power at a young age, which I love.
No,
that I think is interesting.
I'm just saying it's potentially dangerous because if you get somebody that is that tenacious to then believe in some cause, they may become a devotee, right? And they, you know what I mean? Like that's the angle I'm going at.
I see. I would counter that by saying that he's wouldn't be a devotee. I think he's actually like interested in learning more and more and more. I mean, I think he's like representative of like the acceleration of like consciousness, expansion of consciousness. I think if you look deeper into his chart, there's much more to unpack. I don't see any like danger coming. Like,
well, no, I'm not saying he's in danger.
No, I actually think he could be in danger. I think that he's not going to be dangerous. I think that his curiosity and his like unwillingness to actually like play along or go along with consensus, with manufactured consensus, is what makes somebody like him so dangerous. That's what the danger is that like at some point they're going to say, you know what, this guy is like opening too many bags up and the cats are just like running wild. This will not stand. Well, they're already tracking him. There's no question in my mind. They're already tracking him.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not I Show Speed is on the watch list of the regime, I think that we will see more of him in the near future and that he may go viral again on this full moon that I've highlighted here on February 1st, because that's conjunct his ascendant, descendant, and his Neptune. So I think that he could have some viral stunt around the end of the month, beginning of February. Just throwing that out there.
Wait, maybe he'll go to Iran. You know, maybe he'll find himself in Iran, like right around the time of that of January 27th. Who knows?
And now we have been talking far too. We've been just going back and forth. Do we still have Jupiter with us? Are you still there, man?
Here, and I think Ascendant is totally tuned in. Ascendant is like listening and in the chat. Do you have any other questions, Ascendant?
Oh, remember, she can't speak. She can only type.
She can only type. Wait, where did Hope go? She couldn't do it anymore. She had to get off.
Yeah, she's going to that like family function that she had scheduled.
Wait, give me the quick recap before we adjourn on what you guys talked about. Like if you actually went over Maduro's chart, because I'm not sure if you have the latest update on Maduro's capture. And if you haven't gotten that update, I want to share that update with you.
I mean, we went deep into Maduro's chart, but before we do that, Jupiter, are you there, man? Do you need to go? He's muted.
He's muted. Wait, how far did you go with his chart? Like, where did you like leave off? I'm just curious.
I mean, it was like a whole like an hour-long presentation. Let's see. So here, I'll just click through these slides. You can kind of get an idea. So,
okay.
Obviously, this is the capture. 9 months before that, April 2025, we've got Trump saber rattling and imposing sanctions. 9 months before that, there's the U.S. trying to reopen diplomatic relations with Venezuela and doing doing talks. 9 months before that is the Barbados.
Anybody is talking. I'm so sorry.
Oh, hey, Jupiter. Hey, you're back. How you doing? Do you need to go, man? Jupe, can you hear me? All right. Well, he's gone.
He may be back. Wait. Go back to the first slide for a second, because I just want to take a look at that slide and I want to include an addendum here.
Hey, Jupiter.
Hey everybody, sorry about that. I ended up. I don't know why I thought y'all were shutting down. I went and did an Uber just on the back end.
Go back
No
to the
worries.
first slide for a second, Alex.
Go back to what?
To the first slide of when they captured him, the day of his capture.
Yeah, this is that.
Okay. So today, I'm sure you probably didn't catch it because you were kind of getting ready for the stream, but today there was a new report that came out about how the US captured him. And I think it's really interesting. I'd like to look at the chart to see if we can see anything about that particular about how they captured him in the chart. So the US Delta Force used like a microwave weapon, like a laser weapon, to like demobilize his military guards people. And so the report was that the US used a quote unquote powerful mystery weapon that had like the Venezuelan soldiers and guards who were in his compound or presumably outside of his bedroom, bleeding through their nose and vomiting blood during the raid when they captured him. So this is so interesting to me because this has never really been used before. And one of the guards described, how the American forces came in to like wipe out hundreds of like their fighters without the American side losing a single soldier because they deployed this like technology that had never previously been seen in like the engagement facilities. The
You know what
last
that
time,
reminds?
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You know what that reminds me of is a few years ago in Cuba, the
Yeah,
American people in the
correct,
embassy were
correct,
getting attacked with like these hypersonic
correct,
weapons
correct.
that were causing ringing in
Like
their
hearing
ears and
loss. Yep,
bleeding and that
yep,
kind of thing.
exactly. And then the only other recorded or reported time that these microwave weapons or laser weapons had been used was when China used it on Indian soldiers when they were having some skirmishes along the border in 2020. So that was like the last sort of reported time that like these microwave weapons or laser weapons had been used. And then now again in Venezuela when they captured him. And then of course the sonic weapons, that like the US government has actually said, well, no, we never use this. These people, these intelligence officers are out of their minds. Like they're delusional. We don't have this technology. So I think that is a very interesting report that has surfaced today. And I want to just take a look at the chart on the day of the capture to see if we see anything in the chart that might indicate that, or if it's actually just in the outer planet, the outer planet astrology that I've been writing about and that you and I have been talking about so much. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Hey Jupiter, you're back. Let me unmute you. You muted yourself. Hey man, how's it going? Do you need to go or what's going on?
I don't know what's going on with connection. I ain't gonna hold you. Like I'm multitasking for sure on the back end, but like
yeah, no worries. So we were just talking about Venezuela again. I mean, to answer your question, Fred, I mean, I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if we can see anything about the weaponry just from the chart.
I don't think we can see it in his chart, but I think we can see it in the general chart, in the general transits. Probably.
Yeah, I'm looking. All right. Well,
I mean, it's a big story. It's a big story, and I think it's like one that will be a part of like the bigger story that will unfold over the next like 8 years. But again, that's for a different episode. Like this is a very distinct signature of like diffuse war. This is like one of the first examples that I think we've used that has been reported, and that like I think we're probably trying to cover up right now because people are like, what the hell? But I think we can bookmark this for another discussion.
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's been about 4 hours since I've been streaming, and my head hurts, and I'm like losing the thread.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
let's adjourn. Ascendant, lovely to meet you. Good luck with everything.
yeah.
And Jupiter Jack, great to meet you. I'm sure we'll see each other again on stream.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Jude. Let me know if you want to do another one that's a more free-form stream, like where we just have people call in and talk about their charts. We could probably potentially do that in a couple weeks.
Yeah, this was fun. Bye, guys.
All
I'm
right.
leaving. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Jupiter, don't know if you heard what I said. Waiting for your response. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because my head hurts. And yeah, it's been a crazy weekend for me. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Oh, Jupiter's back. Hey, man, what's going on? Oh, he's gone. All right. Well, look, fuck all this. All right. So, how do I do this? God damn it. All right. Oh, Jupiter's back.
Okay.
Hey, dude.
Y'all, you know what? I think I am about to skate with all these little phone issues. I am driving around, so I don't know if that's contributing, but
It's all good, man. I was just saying that I'm gonna go because my head hurts and I'm tired. But thank you for calling in. And if you wanted to get together and do another stream that was more like casual around your birthday for just reading people's charts, let me know. We can talk about other shit too.
shit, I'm down.
All right, cool. Yeah,
We'll talk about it.
your birthday bash. Yeah. Just get people on.
Yeah.
Like, if there's anyone you want to invite, let me know. Yeah, that could be fun.
All right, for sure.
All right, cool. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Alex Harper signing off for Jupiter Jack, the last remaining soldier in the army.
Man, Alex, I appreciate you having me on, man. It's been a blessing. It's been a real fun time.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate it.
Look, ain't no
All
thing.
right.